to unfold, and more importantly, I would request all of you to kindly come forward. The friends joining in late will sit back, so kindly come forward. We have the chair as well as the esteemed speaker ready, and in the interest of time, we are starting the session straight away. At the outset, it's indeed a matter of great privilege and pleasure to call upon the chair of this session, Professor Padmanabhan Govindarajan, Padma Bhushan, former director. Welcome to you, sir. And also, please put your hands together to Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. The plenary talk, ladies and gentlemen, from Professor Ajay K. Sood will be about convergence. Kindly switch off the music, please. Convergence of technological revolution for advancing India's growth trajectory. And Professor Padmanabhan Govindarajan will chair this important session. So let's give a round of applause for the two esteemed personalities of our country. Hearty welcome, sir. In the interest of time, I would straight away hand over the session to our chair, Professor Padmanabhan Govindarajan, to take us through. Anyway, sir, you want to speak from there, you can. Yeah, come.
Professor Ajay Sood and distinguished colleagues in the audience, it's a great pleasure and privilege for me to chair this plenary session, which will be given by Professor Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Secretary. I have a small claim, the younger colleague at the Indian Institute of Science. Of course, we belong to different departments. An outstanding physicist, internationally recognized physicist. His areas listed as quantum materials, soft condensed matter, nanomaterials, nanotubes. I believe his perception of science is very broad. I remember we discussed years ago how his nanotubes can be used to detect malaria parasite. Professor Sood has obviously received several recognitions, difficult to catalog all of them. He got the Bhatnagar Prize. I hope this will come back in some form or the other. He's a fellow of the Royal Society, United Kingdom, which says is international recognition. He's an associate editor, he's an editor in several journals, associate editor in ACS Nano. The awards, lists are many, but I should mention IISc Alumni Award. I should mention the Bangalore government giving him Nano Award in 2010. So we have been extremely happy and proud that a scientist of his caliber, must be having something like 500 publications, 50 PhDs. I can give some numbers, approximate numbers, which only says he's a hardcore experimental scientist. And so we are extremely happy that he has been recognized and then elected as the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Secretary. I have only two requests or plea to lay before him. The state of Karnataka, as you know, Dr. Sood, is most conducive for science and technology, and perhaps the largest number of startups. I'm associated with BIRAC and some support is given to startups, but I do believe it would be very nice if you can initiate greater support to the startups, especially, everybody talks about valley of death when they take the next step. I think that's one plea. And the last plea I have is he represents the face of science to the government, and he represents the face of the government to us. Therefore, I believe he will protect the interests of the scientific community with all the technology revolution that is happening, whether it is artificial intelligence or 3D printing or synthetic biology or genome editing or big data analysis. I'm sure it needs a lot of support from the government. Of course, catalyzing probably private sector, which is coming forward more and more these days. And I'm only requesting him to protect the interests of scientists, and I'm pretty certain the government also, the society also expects us to deliver, whether it is quality of science or whether it is translation. He has taken a most important topic today, convergence of technological revolution for advancing India's growth trajectory. Professor Sood, please.
Can I have a clicker?
This is forward, this is backward. This is one forward.
Which is forward?
This is forward, this is backward.
Okay. This is forward. Professor Padmanabhan, all the distinguished participants, intellectuals and innovators from all walks of life, and all the students who are present here. It is absolutely a delight for me to be here with you this afternoon and give this talk. In this talk, I thought I'll share some of the ideas, which is a very small subset of the technologies which are happening in the world and in India. So instead of cataloging all of them, I just thought I'll say where we stand with respect to the world in the country, in India, and what are the steps government of India is taking, and where do we expect to go. But before I do that, I would also like to acknowledge the role of government of Karnataka in promoting STI ecosystem here for a long period of time. I had the very close view of this when we were running Bangalore Nano for almost 12 years. And the support actually has grown with time. And a meeting of this nature, of this magnitude, of this scale, truly reflects the commitment of Karnataka government to science, technology, and innovation, along with all the stakeholders. So my congratulations to government of Karnataka, and I am sure as we go along, it will only increase. And whatever the orders Professor Padmanabhan has given to me, please be assured it is also my agenda. So I definitely have that, and it will be done. So let me start by again saying what I wish to talk on convergence of technological revolution for advancing India's growth trajectory. And what we are going to look at is a global transitioning towards knowledge-intense economies. So the question is how S&T contributes to economic progress, and how to increase in domestic technology intensity that will boost our global competitiveness. So these are the two goals which we will address in this presentation. So this is the outline. Those who, because it's a after lunch session, so I'm giving you the outline before. You can choose where you want to snooze, and then you can come back. So I'll look at science and technology for socio-economic development and growth. India's ecosystem, a fact sheet. I'll give you some authentic data, commitment to our research and innovation, performance and output, and outcome and impact. And the third part, I will take few examples. As I said, this is a very personal choice because the office of PSA has been involved in one way or the other in shaping this or discussing this various ministries. And I will look at quantum frontiers, the fast growing frontier right now, advanced communication technologies, digital transformation, clean energy revolution, and One Health mission. And in the end, I'll discuss few steps which our office has taken towards policies and the role of stakeholders. So this is what I said. We will look at global transitioning towards knowledge intense economies. And so I thought there couldn't be a better way but to look at two examples which have made a difference using the knowledge economy, a knowledge base to come to the stage where they are. I'll just look at Israel and I'll just look at South Korea. Roughly the time we got independence, they also got independence here and there few years. And what have they done by intensely devoting the energy, the input into R&D? So if you look at that, Israel is a leading performer in terms of its knowledge infrastructure, and now it ranks 21 out of Global Knowledge Index. As you know that the Global Knowledge Index emerged as a replacement to World Bank's well-known Knowledge Economy Index of 2012. So this index is more holistic and it incorporates multidimensional nature of knowledge and helps to guide policymakers and researchers in their efforts to foster knowledge-based societies and bridge knowledge gaps that will help to develop the society and economic growth. I don't know if you can see the numbers. It has various sectoral indices, which you may not see it, but you should see that their overall rank is 21 out of 138 countries, and their score is about 63.7 on the average, extremely high. But the sectoral things, if you see, you will see that there are various components in this. You may not be able to read it. I'll just mention that research and development and innovation, they are third in the country, and they invest 4.65% of GDP on GERD. This is one of the highest in the world. And another one which we should take example from is South Korea. Korean Republic is a leading performer in terms of its knowledge infrastructure, and it ranks 19 out of 138 countries with a GKI score of 64.4. Again, remarkable rank, and the individual rank sectoral indices I have given. But again, it all goes to show that they have invested 4.81% of GDP, and researchers in business enterprise is one of their strength, and GERD performances by business enterprise is one of the largest. Now let's look at India. India, we are at 0.7% of GDP, but here we have some areas of strength. So we rank 75 out of 138 countries in Global Knowledge Index. Our score is 44.4, slightly below the global average of 46.7. But our areas of strength is to create goods export, percentage of total trade in goods, and the number of graduates and the hopefully the quality in terms of science and technology, engineering and maths is very high. And it has a high ranking in scientific publication in terms of numbers. I'll give you some indices later on. This is where we need to work on. So this is individual development and growth, increase in domestic technology intensity, how it will boost our global competitiveness. That is our goal. So here I have written various indices. Again, maybe in a big hall you may not be able to see, but I just want to point out that in knowledge economy index, we have improved from 40.6 in 2020, and this is 2022 data. This has increased to 48 and improved from 27.3 in research development innovation index to 31. So these are the positive signs, but we need to work really much more. And other indices are more or less at the 2020 level. So let's look at the fact sheet. Here you will see I have plotted national R&D expenditure on the x-axis in absolute terms, and on the right side it is the percentage of GDP. So what is happening is the red line is the percent of GDP, even though R&D expenditure, which is shown by blue line, is increasing. That is because our GDP, fortunately and proudfully for us, is increasing. The blue one, you can see that it is a huge growth in the last many years. Because of the constant, the increasing GDP, our GERD percentage is more or less same at 0.7, but this has to increase. And so here I'll show you the government sector contributes 58.7%, and the business sector, including all public sector undertaking, is about 41.3. So this is something which we need to see. How do we strike a better balance? It is good, but it can be better. So here you will see the central government is the major funder of R&D, 43.6, and the private sector is 36.8, and various state sector is 6.4, and so on. So this gives us a sense from where this R&D funding is happening in the country. And you can see that central government is the primary investor. This is an interesting table. I don't think I'll have time to look at all parameters, but just to take you along, and the matter of concern also, the second column, which is researchers per million inhabitants. Of course, we are touching 4.4 billion as of yesterday, as you saw the news, partly because of that, but partly because our numbers in full-time researchers are not that many. We are only 255 per million, that is 10 lakhs. Whereas in US, it is 4,200, UK is almost 4,300, China is 1,225 with a similar population as ours. It is 1,225, almost 5 times. South Korea is 7,498. And I'm sure the South Korean delegation will be very delighted that they are sending a good message and a good benchmark. And Japan is 5,300. If you look at the PhD produced annually, we are producing about 40,000 PhDs, and we rank third. And the publication output, we are also third, but top 1% cited articles, our share is only 0.7%. This needs to improve. And the patents granted is a matter of concern. It is increasing, but it is only 26,000 and we rank 7th. So in a country like ours, where we need to increase the full-time equivalents, and the patents granted has to be looked at. This is the message from this slide. Again, I will not belabor this. I'll just move on. That annual PhD produced, as the projection says, in the STEM sector, which is the orange curve, by 2025, we will have about 40,000 PhDs. This is comparing with the US and China. Yellow curve is for China, and you can see that it has been increasing very, very rapidly. USA, I have put in two parts, US domestic and US total. When I say domestic means the people who are from the US origin, and you can see that it is increasing. India is the blue curve, which is increasing, as I said, but we really need to see the quality factor, and we really need to see how do we strengthen it. This is a good news story, but again, much more can be done. We have jumped in Global Innovation Index in 2022 to 40. So we were 81 7 years back, and now we are 40. It's a very good news, and we hope we can go forward in this evaluation. Again, this is a meeting with a lot of startups and lot of emphasis on that. I thought this slide might be of interest, that India has emerged as the third largest ecosystem for startups globally, with about 77,000 startups, which is a 15x increase in the total funding of startups, and 9x increase in the number of investors, and 7x increase in number of incubators. Also, in terms of unicorn, the estimate is that this aggregated valuation is about 535 billion as of this year. Here, what we need to focus in the next few years is the deep tech startups. There is nothing wrong in other startups, but deep tech startups are really the ones which make the country strong and independent. Here, number of deep tech startups, will increase. For example, it will be 3,000 by in next few years. It will have various factors which I have written. I will not go into detail. And cumulative funding raised will be about 2.65 billion for deep tech startup. I am differentiating between the 80,000 startups and the deep tech startups. This is again a projection, deep tech startup by 2025, at least 7,500 if it is normal, but if it is accelerated growth, it is the other way, 5,000 and 7,500 if everything is good. But all these charts are just to show you this is the aspiration which we should all have and work towards. So let me briefly touch upon in next 10 to 12 minutes, only give you a glimpse of this. It no means a very exhaustive study or a presentation, but many of it are discussed in this conference, and many of things will be probably discussed probably in the private domains. So I will just touch upon 5 revolutions which are happening: quantum frontier, advanced communication technologies, digital transformation, clean energy revolution, and One Health mission. In quantum frontiers, which is one of the very fastly growing quantum frontier, where we really need to work a lot, is that Indian government is very soon going to launch a quantum mission. It's almost done. Anytime soon it will be announced, and it has various ministries involved, and with a layout of almost close to 0.8 billion to 1 billion US dollars. And this is which will have 4 sectors: quantum computing, quantum communication, quantum materials and devices, and quantum sensing and metrology. So there will be 4 verticals in this quantum mission. So this is just to tell you, we are joining this whole league of nations which are investing very heavily in quantum frontiers. Well, I have just given the numbers. Again, I may not be able to read. United Kingdom, 1.36 billion US dollars. China is also of that order, which I have written. Canada is of that order. China is 10 billion, much, much more. And our Indian one is close to 1 billion over the next few years. So many people ask me, what is this quantum revolution? Because it is not really taught in colleges or schools. So I just thought I'll take 1 minute, which is absolutely, I'm not justifying this, but you should know that quantum revolution happened in 1913 when the spectral lines of hydrogen was explained. But that time, quantum mechanics was helping to understand the systems, atoms, molecules, and solids. You couldn't have your transistor but for quantum mechanics. But what we are talking is the controlling the quantum states of atoms and molecules and solids. This is the big revolution which is happening, which has been only in the making in the last few years. And nothing more satisfying to see that this year's Nobel Prize is given in the quantum frontiers on entangled photons for quantum communication and quantum computing. So these, the prize was announced very recently. Now, just for, because this question has been asked to me so many times, I made this slide. What is the quantum doing? Just remember, in classical system, classical computers which you carry in your pockets, you have 0 state and 1 state. 0 state and 1 state. What happens in quantum mechanics? You can have simultaneously 0 state and 1 state. And that is a qubit. How much of each one is there will be decided on how you make a superposition. But that is the very crucial difference. And the big difference is you can have entanglement of these qubits, which is what I have shown in the cartoon. 0, 1, which is existing simultaneously, entangles with another qubit. So the entanglement of qubit is very critical to all these quantum technologies. Entanglement of qubits means properties are intertwined. If you know one, you know the other. And quantum bits, the bad news is they are fragile. Their coherence is lost, so you need to work on them. And this is where all the efforts are. There are many technologies in the development. It is not a final story. One of the leaders is the superconducting Josephson junctions, which is what is going ahead. But there are other technologies which are in the making, be it trapped ions, be it entangled photons, and so on. So this is what we need to do to handle this quantum, this thing. So one idea which everyone is very excited is the quantum supremacy. Namely, this is the word coined by John Preskill. Can you do a problem which is only possible by quantum computers and not by classical computers? So quantum simulators, which is the dream of all of us, is to simulate the phenomena which classical computers cannot do. And it is now believed that the best thing is that wherever you have optimization issue, like in which are complex, which are exponentially in complexity, this is where quantum computer will come to your help. So what you have, for example, can we have a quantum model of photosynthetic molecule process which is so efficient, almost 90%? People are trying to duplicate that in the laboratory, not succeeded. So the idea is the quantum simulator can understand the pathways, which has not happened. If it happens, then you can do the rational drug design, you can do rational molecular synthesis, rational Haber-Smith Bosch process, whatnot. And recent paper this week in November 14th has said we have a long way to go. The reason is the noise in the quantum computer in this process keeps on increasing. And after 300 gates, it is overwhelmed by noise. So you have this noise generated from switching of gates that perform logic operation and in reading their output. So it's a big challenge for all of us. This is a problem which is not solved. So this is why I am mentioning it. Quantum computing is another area, communication, where you need to have a secure communication. And what is the idea? Idea is that you send the signal classically, but your key is quantum, so that the key cannot be broken and you will have a safe communication. So that is why you have the quantum key distribution and there are various protocols. Good news is it is happening in our country at good pace, but the challenge is quantum repeaters, because when you use entangled photons, you cannot go beyond 150 to 200 kilometers without amplifying. In that amplification, you cannot have the quantum key, and this is where all the work will happen in the next 2-3 years all over the world. Once we succeed, we'll have quantum teleportation and quantum internet. So good news is that with this Makan network, which also has the PSA office involvement, they have demonstrated up to 15 kilometers. And very recently, DRDO and IIT Delhi have demonstrated up to about 100 kilometers between Prayagraj and Vindhyachal. So this is a good news, but we need to go to those quantum repeaters if we want this dream to succeed. The next one is the advanced communication technologies. Many of you are more experts than me. I will only mention 6G. 5G is already rolled out and it's happening. But large number of technologies in 6G have to come because it has many advantages, including extreme coverage, low energy cost, and extensive massive connectivity and so on. So a lot of work has to go on. And the good news again is the Department of Telecommunication has formed a 6G Technology Innovation Group, which is looking at all the questions I have written here to make a roadmap to make so that 6G we are ready sooner than later. So it's already started all over the world. Something is happening here, but it has to be scaled up. Digital transformation is, you all aware, that it has many sectors. It has artificial intelligence and machine learning. It has cyber security. It has Internet of Things. It has cloud computing. It has big data analytics, digital twin, robotic automation, and enterprise resource planning. All this will be really the future of this digital transformation. And this is an area where India is taking a lead, and I hope it will take more lead than other nations. So I will again say that again a lot of opportunities have come. They are there in government sector. This is an old data of 2019. You can see the number of Aadhaar we have, the number of WhatsApp subscribers, the number of social media users in business sector and government sector. And this is all telling us, which is, it does not need any intelligence, that digital opportunity is really a huge one for us to come in next few years. And I cannot but mention this metaverse. Metaverse is already started. We have the internet which is in 2D. Idea is you can have in 3D. You can have the digital twins of a city, digital twins of a factory, digital twins of a hospital, digital twins of anything. And you, as you know, that the first digital twin of Seoul was demonstrated not long back. And this is where lots of these technologies will be playing a role. So this metaverse is not only for gaming. Gaming is one aspect, but this is, of course, there are many things more. We will have interactive science labs using metaverse. You will have education and science more accessible. You will have virtual commerce, but also you will empower workforce and strategic capacity building. This is all that is possible and much more by metaverse. And this is what you should look forward in a very major way in the next 3 years. Clean energy revolution is already happening. We are aware of the CO2 rise and the surface temperature rising. And already there is the signals are on that we are not doing well. India has not been the major polluter. If you look at the overall thing, this is the debate going on in this week. But nevertheless, we have taken a conscious decision that we will limit our net zero by 2070. So this will have many sectors. This is only telling which sectors are contributing to CO2 emission. But here, there are many things which our leadership has announced to increase the non-fossil energy by 500 gigawatts by 2030, reduce total projected carbon emission by 1 billion tons by 2030, and net zero by 2030. So all this is not going to be easy. Please trust me. Many sectors have to work on it. And one of them, only saying one, there are many sectors, is the green hydrogen. So the green hydrogen looks at the good old electrolysis of water using renewable energy, not the fossil energy. Once you are doing that, then you can use green hydrogen in various applications. And biomass, which is a big thing for India, you can convert biomass to give you biogas. And yesterday I visited ISC lab, where we are mixing with steam. You can make the syngas, which increases how much hydrogen you can get out of 1 kilogram of biomass. And this is really the technology which will grow. Electrolysis, please remember, was made in 1888. It's not a new technology, but the optimization, the material issue, all are new, which has to happen. This is what the India expects by 2030. This is all the targets. I will not go because these are too many numbers, but it will have end use in mobility using hydrogen fuel cells. It will be feedstock for green ammonia in fertilizers, and it will also be used in steel industry for direct reduction of ores and many more sectors. This is the whole thing is in the green hydrogen mission. As I said, this mission is about to be launched anytime. It is again a huge mission for the next few years, and India is committed to make green hydrogen as a major player in achieving net zero carbon. Battery is again a big factor in this, and this is where we need to go beyond lithium ion. You need to work on sodium, aluminium, and whatnot, and this is again a R&D area. Last one, I have so Padmanabhan, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. I'll just give you one health mission, which is something which has been launched, not launched, which is in the preparation. So we have a PM STIKE. This is the Prime Minister's advisory body in Science, Technology and Innovation Advisory Council. In that, the decision was taken that One Health, which looks at holistic view of human health, animal, livestock, and wildlife together, not in isolation. And this is the message all of us got very clearly in COVID time. You have to take all the three sectors in a holistic manner, and this is the mission being prepared now with the participation of almost 10 ministries. They are all doing One Health, but maybe there are gaps, maybe there are improvements needed, and this is what is done. And I'm glad that Dr. Sindhura is here. He is leading this mission to make it a reality. So these are various things I will not talk. Integrated disease surveillance. We will have the disease preparedness in terms of vaccine and diagnostics. We will have pandemic preparedness, all that with inter-ministerial collaboration, coordination, and communication. This is a big mission which we are launching, in which many ministries will be involved, many states will be involved, and you know that Karnataka government has already launched the One Health mission, but this is something which will have to, this has, our mission document has many more factors, and this is what we want to do. It has many technology needs. Again, short of time, I will not tell you. You can read it. It has large number of technologies to be developed. What are the new platforms you need for all the three verticals: humans, livestock, and wildlife? So what are we doing in the last 2 minutes? Sorry for not spending enough time. I will just tell you that in our PSA office, we have launched this National Science and Technology Cluster, and it is relevant because after my talk, there will be a brief ceremony or brief event to launch the Bangalore cluster. So we already have 5 clusters in Delhi, Hyderabad, Pune, Bhubaneswar and Jodhpur. And today, Bangalore will be launched. So this one has a pyramid structure. The pyramid structure is a very holistic. The bottom of the pyramid is where each cluster will enable the creation of a shared ecosystem with a large number of institutes in the neighborhood working together as one large institute through a formal umbrella but retaining their internal autonomy. Very, very important. Second, so it will entail sharing of facilities, sharing of courses, and so on. Second one, the pyramid is the becoming a regional solution provider. And here we will have these clusters will be the solution provider to local bodies, state governments and industries, and creating a regional influence. And of course, the top is national and globally competitive, at least in one area or 2 areas. These are just some snapshots of S&T clusters. I'll just rush through. Pune is focused. All these clusters, if you go to their website, have done extraordinarily well. Our office has given a very modest grant to catalyze the whole thing. But now they are going out and generating 10 times more resources than what we have given. And that's the success of the program. And this is where I hope Bangalore will exceed all the 5. Because Bangalore is a hub of S&T and I. And if you cannot do it, I'm sorry, nobody else can do. So you have to take this challenge. We have a small ceremony. You will see who are the players. But this is where we need to do along with all the stakeholders. Hyderabad, Delhi, Jodhpur, I didn't have time. But the last part which I want to mention, this is what will be populated as we speak. And the last part, in last 1 minute, is a wonderful platform called Manthan. Manthan is a platform, it's a democratic and decentralized platform for collaboration between all stakeholders, between academia, startups and industry, as well as philanthropic and government sector. This is a very unique platform with many, many USP, which I will not read, and it has a very, very well-structured features. In that, we will have the demand side. Who will be the demand side? For example, industry and so on. What are the challenges they face? And our supply side will be the research institutes, incubators, startups, SMEs, clusters, and centers of excellence. This is absolutely fabulous where you can put your problem and really have this very collaborative thing. So already the good news is that in the last few months, this was launched very recently, 3 months back, we already have total number of opportunities on the platform, 45 in the last 2 months. Current open opportunities are 20, closed opportunities are 25, and success stories are already 7. And if you look at the projects which are going on, you can go to the website, please do that. And it has an international wing also. So international players will also be able to join this Manthan platform. With this, let me thank you once again for having me here and allowing me to share the vision of the PSA office along with all stakeholders. Please remember, PSA office is a catalyst. PSA role is to bring together all ministries, irrespective whether they are science ministries or not science ministries, do the policy interventions like in drone. The drone policy has a lot of things to do with our office. That's why it has gone to the level which we never expected. Many, many things are happening in the technology policy front. We have another arm which is called Empowered Technology Group, which I did not discuss, which also looks at all the futuristic technologies which India is working and India is procuring. So with this, let me thank you once again. Sir Padmanabhan, thank you for chairing this. and I'll be very happy offline interaction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay, for such a lecture. In terms of um, challenges, in terms of technologies, it was amazing. Where sometimes I felt it's all dreamland, but looks India is catching up. That is the good news, which whether it is quantum or whether it is digital, whether it is clean energy, whether it is One Health Mission, it's really amazing what. And I again want to repeat, we have the right man in the right office. I really hope we are able to move forward. Dr. Sood has agreed to answer just very, very brief. Please don't give me a lecture again. We can have 5 minutes probably. Anyone having comments? Chandrasekhara, you had something to say? Siemens? Yes. Make it very, very brief what you want to say. Mike, dear, Mike, could you?
I have a question for you, Sood. During your presentation, you talked about innovation. So around 26,000 innovations are happening in India, but we are way back into the 7th level, right? So what is that one thing which we have to start from today to take it into the first level, right? So is this the educational revolution what we have to do, or the mindset what we have to change? What is that we have to start doing, and how do we make it a sustainable innovation, not the innovation which is destructive but rather constructive? Thank you, sir.
Hello. Yeah. I'll just come.
Single pointer that it will, if you do this, it will happen. It has first the education sector. We have to change the way we look at the education. It is not just to get a degree. It is really to prepare us for the future. And that will not happen unless we really look at education as the major driver of innovation. So that, in my mind, will be most important. But other than that, we need policy interventions wherever it is required. In deep tech sectors, I do feel we need interventions, because otherwise our companies will start here and move overseas. We are aware of that. So we are looking at that. So as we prepare, we are preparing the policy document.
Nathan, Green Tech Entrepreneur. So quick question, sir. In slide number 43 that you presented on the challenges, buildings as a segment has been given a conventional projection. Slide number 43 of yours. Okay. Business as usual, our building requirement in terms of energy will be disruptive. Isn't there a need for newer technologies, material science, air conditioning, clean air?
No, I got it. This is on clean energy. Green hydrogen.
Right.
Green hydrogen is one vertical which has opened up new hope, because we now, once the green hydrogen comes and once the hybrid vehicles are coming in the big way, mobility sector is already seeing the change.
Right.
You already have a hybrid with the bioethanol or biomethanol. This is, we need to now think in the direction which we have not been thinking. Green hydrogen is one. And I said, this is not all. Wind energy, we almost said India is not good. But that's not the correct. Can you innovate new ways to make compact wind tunnels, not the huge ones? Answer, we don't. We have no choice.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
So I'm Colonel Kevin D'Souza. I'm a researcher from IDSA, New Delhi, in the defense sector. I just have one or two queries. One is that we keep speaking about investment of a percentage of GDP in research, basically putting money into it. And more money means more research output. But is that a fact? What about the other resources? We require competent scientists. We require the human capital. That's one. Second thing is, when we come to outcome of research activity or work, we look at number of papers or number of papers which are most cited, etc. But shouldn't we also be looking at how many of these scientific discoveries in India are actually materializing or getting commercialized
No, I understand.
into the final
No, in
outcome?
short, because of shortage time, I have understood even what you have not said. But let me just say that basic science, which you say publication, see, it is basic science or applied science is not the right division. It is good science or bad science. You would not have GPS in your pocket, but for the general theory of relativity. You could not do a money transfer without the geometric algebra. What is basic science today cannot be ruled out as the translational aspect. What is bad is the incremental science. And that has to, as I said in my talk also, though we are third rank in number of publications, I said very clearly myself that we really need to see how much is it really at the front end. And this is what we should work, not on numbers. We do not believe that numbers will help. Number of PhDs also will not help unless we improve the quality. Absolutely, you are on the dot. And there is a awareness, you know, even UGC has removed the restriction of the publications for PhD last week. So we don't need bad publication. Please don't publish bad.
I think time is really the culprit here, but is there anyone who's dying to make a comment? One final comment?
Hello, sir. Sorry to disturb you.
Yeah.
This is Professor Ranjit Raja from Tamil Nadu. I want to ask the one question, and this is the last question. Sir, as an Indian government, we are not concentrating more on the underwater computing. Why, sir? Underwater computing.
Underwater.
Sir, it is underwater computing. Computing on underwater. We are having
Underwater computing.
I am sorry, I am so ignorant in this hall. I
Okay.
don't know what you mean. You mean if a computer is dipped into water, whether work? Is
no,
that what
sir.
you're...
No, sir. Actually, we are
I don't
doing
know.
lot of network under
No,
the...
I think we can do later offline because underwater computing, I don't know. But you know that India has launched a very, very big program, again started from the PM Strike mission as Deep Ocean Mission. You know that.
Yes, sir.
Deep Ocean Mission has all the aspects of deep ocean, whether it is taking the minerals out or whatever it is. So I am sure we can discuss with the experts regarding your question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, for a wonderful talk. And I would now request Sri Chris Gopalakrishnan, the chairman of Vision Group on IT, to kindly give a mementos to our chair and esteemed speaker. Thank you, Professor Sood, and also to Professor Padmanabhan. Thank you, Professor Padmanabhan Ravindarajan. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chris. I would request both of you to kindly be seated for a moment, as we have, as it was indicated during the talk by Professor Sood about the launch of Bengaluru Science and Technology Cluster. But before that launch, let's get a little bit of insight of what exactly is best. And I would, for this, I would request Professor Ambarish Ghosh, Indian Institute of Science and Principal Investigator for BEST, and Dr. Taslim Arif Syed, CEO, CCAMP and Principal Investigator for BEST, to kindly come over here and then give us an insight into what BEST is all about.
You get started, Taslim. Say the introductory remarks.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Taslim Arif Syed from CCAM, along with my colleague, Professor Ghosh from ISC. I think we know that we have a paucity of time, but we are extremely delighted that we are here today. Something that Professor Sood, PSA, mentioned about coming together of a convergence of one of the best talent that India has in a city mode, that is Bangalore. All science and technology stakeholders, be it academia, industry, startups, or other stakeholders, including government, to come together under this initiative, which is under the office of PSA, to build something what we call as a Bangalore Science and Technology Cluster, which envisages to bringing everyone together, build a conversion for the mandate that Professor Sood mentioned, the pyramid that he had mentioned very clearly, the sharing of the ecosystem, the national impact, and the global competitiveness. And I think that is something we hope to do. We all believe, including me and my colleague, that I think Bangalore is a phenomenally gifted city in terms of science and technology. We all know about it. And the hope is that this will be the first step towards taking it to the next level. I request Amrish to come and share a few thoughts about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Taslim. You know, there is a concept in dynamical systems which says if your initial condition is not right, things can become chaotic. I can't imagine a better starting point, a better T equal to 0 for the launch of this cluster. Thank you, the organizers, for allowing us to inaugurate the cluster here. And thank you, the Office of PSA, for facilitating and for supporting this initiative. I will very briefly tell you about the different problems that we are going to attack at the initial stages of this cluster. They encompass things like health and wellness, urban life, and all of these are immediate to medium-term impact. At the same time, we want to be ambitious and we want to be forward-looking. We want to look into the future. So we also have programs on futuristic technologies and solutions. I will tell you a little bit detail about these themes, but before that, let me just echo what Taslim mentioned just a minute ago. Bangalore is an amazing city. So when we realized that we have to go into these multidisciplinary themes, we wanted advice from everybody, all the major players of all these different themes. So our advisory board, which is chaired by Dr. Spenta Wadia from ICTS, comprises of academics, industry organizations like NASSCOM, BCIC, CCAMP, government agencies like DULT, Department of Urban Land Transport, strategic sectors, ISRO, DRDO, and also at the same time, we have plugged in outreach and non-profit organizations like Science Gallery, as well as venture capitalists and investors. So we have all the different, the levels in which a science and technology starts from a scientist lab and goes into the society. We have gotten all of them plugged in our ecosystem. Among the different themes, we do not have time to go over all of them, but let me just highlight, Professor Sood spoke about One Health. We have a theme going in One Health. A large number of institutions are already working on that. At the same time, we are looking at traffic. There are groups of academics who are working with government organizations to build a city-scale model that's going to completely change traffic will flow in this city. So we are really looking forward to actually make your commute slightly easier in coming times. At the same time, we are looking at futuristic technologies. Professor Sood already mentioned about quantum being one of the next new frontiers. There is hope for tremendous amount of economic growth in this sector, and India should not be losing this bus. India should be driving this bus. So that's what we hope, and we believe that we can start this in Bangalore. Looking forward, we have ambitious plans, and I'm requesting Tasneem to tell you to tell you about the immediate plans that we have ahead of us.
So I think I would possibly keep it short. I think Amrish clearly mentioned that we are here together. I think what we wanted to today, with presence of Professor Sood, Professor Padmanabhan, and the larger audience, we are here to say that this is a beginning of BEST, a cluster where all stakeholders of science and technology will come together. It's a call of action for all of us to now reach out and build new programs, new capabilities together, which can actually build all three mandates of the cluster and beyond if we can do it. What we want to do is that we are building a team as we speak. A couple of colleagues are here, KK and Shripanna, who are a part of the team. They are already here. And we are actually hiring a few more. But possibly this quarter, the 1 month is still left, and the next quarter you will see a major activity in 3 themes or 4 themes which have been identified. But more importantly, we want to reach out to you. It's very important that all science and technology players of the city, organizations, individuals actually come together and build it. Something that we can make it a bit more bolder, programmatic view rather than an incremental something that possibly Professor Sood mentioned. Let's make something bold going forward. Somewhere we will fail, somewhere we will succeed. The place where we'll succeed will take us exponentially very far. And Bangalore is all about that. So with that, I thank you all for being that and hand it over back to the MC for the. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would give a little bit of more trouble to Chris Gopalakrishnan to kindly come back and be present for the. It's fortunate that Chris is here. So how can we do that without you, sir? Kindly come back. Yes, this is the release in the presence of Chris Gopalakrishnan, Professor Padmanabhan, and Sri Ajay Sood. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, please put your hands together for the launch of the Bengaluru Science and Technology Cluster, BEST. This would go a long way towards the various steps in terms of when the poster gives an insight into what exactly is there in this particular endeavor of being the best. Bengaluru Science and Technology Cluster, BEST. Various aspects, you can watch it on the giant screen. Deep science-based solutions, collaborate across sectors, equitable social impact, and it's a combo of academia, industry, and government. And the best practices will be adopted in terms of technology and business mentorship, sector expertise, consulting, capital and financing, facility, access, networking and collaboration, favorable regulations, strategic partnership, business attraction, retention, and expansion. So we would like to thank Shri Chris Gopalakrishnan, Professor Sood, and Professor Padmanabhan for doing the honors. So with this, we come to the end of this session. Thank you very much, and do enjoy the conference. Please visit the exhibition. Parallel conferences are going to start from 3 o'clock in different halls. I'm sure you're having the curriculum. Thank you very much, and all of you, please take care.
Nice to see everybody here, and good to be where I think it's like the The amazing thing is that just in 2022, we have a fundraise of about 131 billion in India. So there is no dearth of capital for right set of entrepreneurs, and a lot of aspiring startups like you. So if you go to the next slide, you can see that basically, one before, yeah. So we believe that, sorry, we are moving differently from, so let me talk from there, I guess. If you go back actually, yeah, can you please go back? Whoever is controlling the slides, one more. Yeah, so yeah, this one, yeah. So if you see the VC investments have grown significantly over the years. If you look from 2012 to 17, oh, thank you. 2017, it used to be somewhere in the range of 4.5 billion, but then I would say the moment came when 2021 came and everything changed. And by the way, COVID was, I know, very painful for a lot of people. But for startups, COVID was like a watershed moment in a way. A lot of funds poured a lot of money in India as they knew that the growth story of India is very intact. So this kind of signifies that. So investment amounts, as you can see, are growing. Obviously, 22 is not as good as 21 because now we are going through some bit of a correction. But I don't think, if you look at fundamentals of India, there is nothing changed. So this will continue to grow. So this is, the unicorns. Sorry, it should not be 250. I wish it was 250. It is actually 150, what we believe could be the unicorns by 2025. Oh, it goes, okay. And also, like I said, India is home to the third largest number of unicorns. It used to be always dominated by US and China. And I think this is like the India moment. So if you look at where a lot of money has been poured into, this should be a surprise since you all come from Bangalore. E-commerce and fintech are the ones which continue to attract most amount of money. There are some very interesting emerging areas such as clean tech, transport tech, health tech, which I think will do very well in the coming years. So those are the ones where I think a lot more innovation is happening. I think what has happened is that, if you look at from the Indian context, time to become a unicorn has reduced massively. And thanks to the government programs, the VC funding, a lot of the tech talent which has come up, the time is reducing to become a unicorn. Swiggy became a unicorn in like 3.5, 4 years, right? So if you hit the right, if you have the right product, you can leverage the tech, you can become a unicorn pretty fast, which has gone down from 10 years to 3.4 years on an average. If you look at companies like Make My Trip, it took them a lot of time, which were the first generation internet companies to become unicorn. Now that time has gone down. 50% of startups turned unicorn after the Series D funding. And 87% of unicorns are India headquarters, where Bangalore, your city, is the leader. So congratulations to Bangalore. You should clap for that for sure. And that's why we're having the Bangalore Tech Summit, right? So it's the right place, right time. 15% of unicorns have women co-founders. So one thing which is very exciting in India is that a lot of women are taking on entrepreneurship, which is really good. Obviously, Nykaa, which went IPO last year, is one of the great example of a woman founded unicorn. I think this is going to just further accelerate. Also, if you look at one more interesting fact is that these unicorns are now acquiring companies. So now they're acquiring a lot of small companies. So 326 acquisitions happened just in 2021 alone. So what lies ahead? Beyond 2022, what are some of the future prospects, so to say, that we see? I think VC funded startup ecosystem has reached escape velocity. Sometimes I go to some of the conferences where there are more VCs than startups. So so there is a lot more funding, which is not a good sign, but it happens. You see a lot more young faces. Sorry, it keeps flipping on itself. Maybe the Bangalore tech thing is going on, but anyway, so a lot more capital is available. Dry powder is there with VCs. I think you should focus on new sectors if you're building, like deep tech. One of my colleagues, Divija, is here. She's an expert in deep tech. She's blockchain, healthcare, agri-tech. These are some of the new emerging fields. If you bring another e-commerce company, it might not be that exciting. And also ecosystem is expected to, stricter IPO norms. So a lot of companies went IPO, but now it's going to be harder for them to go IPO. So there is more scrutiny. So just to complete here, we have estimated total funding of 180 billion in next financial year 23, 24% CAGR, 11,000 cumulative total funding deals. We expect this is not 250, this is 150 unicorns by 2025 is our estimate, and cumulative M&A will be a big thing of 1.4K is what we expect in US dollar terms. So this is where we believe the opportunity lies. There will be many more future opportunities to really lap onto if you're an aspiring founder. We believe software industry will be 350 billion. We believe India stack will be 200 billion. 200 billion for tech startup ecosystem. Electronics could be 300 billion. So these are some of the essential areas you can look to work in. That's it from my side. I don't know if the question answered, but thanks so much for hosting me.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts. I would now request Mr. Naganand Doreswamy, Managing Partner and Founder, Idea Spring Capital, to give away the memento. Sir, please.
Otherwise, I have to take it myself.
To Mr. Tej Kapoor. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them. And we'll now open the floor for Q&A, question and answer session. If anybody has any questions, sir, if there is any Q&A. Thank you, sir. I think that's okay.
Hello.
Hi, sir.
Hello. Yeah.
My name is Dharmit. We are building a hyperlocal super app which is focusing on tier 2 cities. Right. So my question is, how much of do VCs look at startups working in tier 2 cities? Is the market big enough for VCs to look into?
Oh, absolutely. I think that is when you look at the next phase of growth of India overall, even at a macro level, I think it's coming from the tier 2 cities. So I think there's somewhat saturated tech in large cities, a lot of availability. So if you build for, and the product offering has to be also different for the tier 2, tier 3 cities, right? So I think if you are solving for that, for sure, a lot of funds actually just focus on tier 2 segment. So I think that's the next phase of growth. So you're in the right market.
Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for Mr. Tej Kapoor. Thank you, sir. I would now request the following dignitaries to please come on stage. Mr. Anurag Ramdasan, who's a partner of 314 Capital. Mr. Naganand Doreswamy, who's a managing partner and founder, Idea Spring Capital. And Mr. Rupan Aulak, who's the managing director, PI Ventures. And Mr. Madhukar Sinha, who is a co-founder, general partner, India Quotient. Welcome all. And I now request Mr. Anurag Ramdasan to take over. He is going to be moderating the session.
Hello. Okay, perfect. First of all, thank you, Rupan, Naganand, Madhukar, for being here. As you're aware, the topic for today is ventures' role in innovation, right? So since all of you have been investing in technology for a number of years so far, I thought it'll be just good to get a sense from you to start off with that how has your journey been like since you started investing to today? How have you seen the innovation landscape in India itself evolve, right? I mean, Rupan, you spend a lot of time on AI, ML, Naganand on very specialized deep tech. Madhukar is, very prolific on consumer. So would love to get your perspective there to start off with, and we can take it from there.
Thanks, Anurag. Good afternoon, everyone. Just as an intro, I'm Rupan. I'm an investor at PI Ventures. We are an early stage deep tech fund. And we invest in disruptive technologies, which are targeting big global problems. In terms of your question, Anurag, so I've actually been in the investment, especially deep tech investment space for last 6-7 years. And I have personally seen a massive shift in how the ecosystem has evolved as far as innovation is concerned. So before joining PI, I was with a global corporate VC fund, and I was hired to look at deep tech investments and opportunities in India. And at that time, I really struggled. So I found it very difficult to find a good number of deep tech startups in India. And also the ones that were there were probably not at the same level of innovation and differentiation compared to some of the global peers that I would come across. And the similar kind of a thing, right? When PI was set up in 2017 with a focus to invest only in AI companies, there were very handful of AI-led companies out there. But in last 4 to 5 years, things have changed massively. So there's been an exponential growth in the number of startups that have come up in AI and deep tech. And on a weekly basis, we meet at least 10 to 15 deep tech startups. So being a specialized fund, we are seeing so much innovation happening. So the numbers highest and it's growing. But so is the quality of startups. So if you see, most of our portfolio companies actually are competing globally very successfully with some of their global competitors. So I feel over last 5 to 6 years, we have seen a lot of innovative startups coming up, not just in numbers, but also in quality of the output.
So I think innovation is a constant thing that happens in my mind. But where the innovation happens is what the question is, right? So I think we saw a whole wave in consumer innovation, like B2C startups. Post that, I think we are seeing now still very actively a lot of product innovation, where you're developing great products. But I would not categorize product innovation as deep tech. I think that's a mistake, at least in my opinion, people make, is that you're building a product is deep tech. It's not necessarily deep tech. I think India's journey in product innovation has started, and you will see it happening for a few more years. I think when you talk about deep tech, whether it is science, life sciences, or engineering deep tech, I think that is still in the evolutionary stage in India. I believe that because, if you say something is deep tech, there has to be some bar that you have to cross. And we have a very low bar in India with respect to when you use the term deep tech, which will not stand. It's, if you go outside of India and say this is deep tech, it has to stand on its own saying, yeah, this is really deep tech. So I think that is evolving. I think there's still a lot more work needs to happen in 5 to 10 years. Hopefully you'll start seeing a lot more deep techs come in. I think the current focus, at least what we do, although, we are only investing in products, is look for products that we can sell through the world. And I think if you do a great job at it and then build companies that can generate 100 million, 200 million, like what Freshwork has done, which is a $1 billion company, I think that's what we can do. I think that's what we should focus on. And deep tech requires a lot more ecosystem support for India to come. So that's where I see things transitioning, but 5 to 10 years, hopefully we'll get there.
Yeah. So I think I started investing around 2007-8. And the change which I see from there to now is that I think at that time, most of the people who used to start up, they would come from a place of privilege. So they would be typically some experienced professionals who have made some money. And the ecosystem was very small. Raising 1 crore, 2 crore also used to be a big deal at that time. I think since 2013 onwards, since the time when Flipkart raised its $1 billion round, I think after that it was a frenzy which started, and all kind of people got interested in the startup world, especially the young ones, and that's when we also got started at India Quotient, and we have seen that very, very young guys, 22 years, 23 years, just out of college, are willing to risk it all, leaving jobs at BCG or an investment bank and starting companies. And the pace of innovation, whether it's in consumer, SaaS, or anywhere, the founders are really, really looking at problems in a very global way. They're not scared. Capital availability has increased tremendously, right? So today, of course, now 2022 is slightly slow, but last year, anybody with a plan was able to raise $500,000. So many VCs, so many angel growth syndicates, etc. So I think we have come a long way, but there is still a long way to go from here. I think we'll see a lot of churn in this cycle, which has just happened in the last 2-3 years, and we are only going to come stronger out of it. Yeah, so very excited about it.
Oh, and just to follow up on that, Madhukar, Naganan made an interesting point, which is, there is innovation, and then there is, of course, a lot of innovation that is on the deep tech side of things, right? Because arguably, two of you have been investing longer than the other two here. I'm kind of curious, when you look at India as a investing landscape, how much do you see the need for one or the other? I mean, is deep tech innovation really the problem that's facing the India market, or is it everything? Or do you think deep tech is just significantly lagging? Again, the reason I'm asking it is because the whole topic is venture capital's long-term role. So how do you rationalize that when you make investments?
So I think, Anurag, deep tech investments generally have a slightly higher gestation period. So for the capital markets to become deeper, which they have become in the last 10 years, I think we are still in very early stages compared to if you look at Chinese market or the US market. So in US, there will be like 1,000 funds, which would be having $200 million plus kind of corpuses. In India, most of us, the Indian venture capital industry actually started around 2010-11, when homegrown VCs started putting up. Prior to that, most of them were global franchisees, right? So I think as our capital market or the private market becomes more and more deep and we have more and more people, then you will find that specialized people will come like Pi Ventures and others who will basically take a slightly longer bet and where the gestation period is probably slightly higher, right? Also, a lot of capital which was raised by Indian VCs around 2011-12, like us, was HNI capital. That is not necessarily very, very patient, right? So they wanted returns in 6, 7, 8 years time horizons. While for deep tech funds to really capture the value which they create, they need to be 12, 14, 15-year funds, right? So once some of us have shown the performance and track record, I think we will ourselves go on to raise those funds which will be longer duration. And then we will be in a position to take those bets where the first 3, 4 years are for the discovery of the product, right? So right now we don't have that kind of a luxury, right? So therefore everyone is trying to fund a company which becomes a unicorn in 6 months. that was the target last year. Of course, this year it has changed, and people will be happy even in 3 years' time if something becomes a unicorn.
So, I would like to say that we are building good tech products. I'll be very happy with it because, if you want to do deep tech, one is gestation time is very long, like Madhukar said, number one. Second, you have to have patient capital. And most importantly, number 3 is where do you get the people with the ideas and where is the market? I think in 3 and 4, it's very, very hard for India right now, right? I think one thing that is changing, 2 things I think are great that's happening in India today. One is BIRAC supporting a lot of life sciences startups, which is surviving because of the grants. If you look at deep tech across the world, it is surviving because there's this tremendous grant-based ability for founders to either do it as part of their PhD or raise grants to take a product to a certain level. Because VCs inherently, they cannot take technology risk. They can take the product risk, they can take the market risk. But if you ask a VC to take a technology risk, he'll take a hike, right? I'm not in the business of risking capital against technology because that's not what most of the VC funds do. I'll give you an example. I lived in Boston for a long time. I went to this place called Engine.io, which is close to MIT campus. The goal of that entire place, they have raised $350 million by top guys. And the goal there is we want to fund PhDs coming out of MIT who are trying to solve problems that no one else is solving. And we'll give them $30 million. Okay, $30 million straight to solve a problem, and I don't care what comes out of it. You take however long you want because you are solving a moonshot problem that really very, very hard to solve. Now, that kind of infrastructure, first of all, we don't have it. We don't have the market, even if you develop products. So hence I'm saying, it will come. The second change that's happening is the defense. In India, if you look at what is happening through IDEX grants, defense is saying we want to buy products from startups from India, Atmanirbhar Bharat. What is that doing? It's enabling a lot of startups to develop products that defense will buy. The market is there in India. Otherwise, you develop a deep tech product. Who are you going to sell it to? You cannot go to US or other markets to sell. So you need a buyer. And I think now with defense going into the next gear of saying we want to buy from India, and not only that, giving grant, they're giving 3 crore grants and then guaranteeing that 10x of that will be in the revenue that you can generate if you develop the MVP. So things are changing. But you still need a lot more institutions to do research. You need a lot more Infosys or Wipro to start their R&D labs like what we have seen in Google and other places. So it's a journey that is just about beginning. So I would be cautious on those things taking off. But I would not worry about it because I think we can build a lot of good tech products in India. And we are very competent and capable. But it will not stand that high bar of deep tech, but that's okay. Why should we only focus on deep tech?
Which is as long as there is innovation of some.
As long as you're solving a good problem using good tech. Everybody says AI ML, but AI ML is an application now, right? 20 years ago, if you're doing AI ML, you could say, yeah, that's deep tech. Today, it's not. Certain aspects of AI and ML can become deep tech, but most of the companies that I've invested in today are using it as a great layer, right? In my 22 companies that I've invested in, I will stand up, I'll put my hands up and say 2 are in that category. Out of 22, I will say 2. Because I'm setting a high bar, I'm not going to say everything is deep tech.
So, that segues well into,
Sorry, Anurag, just on the same point, I agree deep tech. So we keep talking about deep tech. Deep tech is not the goal. It's not the end, right? It's a means to an end. So it is not necessarily the target. So our thesis has been that you can solve, what is important is a problem. And how you solve is what matters, right? How, in what way you can solve it. So you can just solve it by an incremental innovation. You can actually solve it using deep tech innovation. You can, and that is what will define your solution. And that's where the IP also comes in, right? If it's a normal good tech, then over time there are 100 players who will come in and solve that in a similar way. But if it's deep tech, it will last, it will have differentiation, it will have a moat, it will be able to go and compete with global players, right? So that's why deep tech is important, but it's not the end, it's not the target, it's just a means to an end. And in terms of innovation or deep tech companies that are there in India, I'll just give some examples, right? So we have a company called Agnikul in our portfolio, which is building a launch vehicle, right out of Chennai. We have a company called Immunoto in our portfolio, which is working in the antibody discovery space, right? So I can tell you that more than 60-70% of our portfolio is AI-led. So just a little different opinion.
The thing I want to understand is there's been a trend in Indian VC also, right? Historically, it was still more accessible to backing proven models. In all of your cases, you've backed models that don't have maybe, too much historical precedence. Someone asked a question about tier 2 and beyond market, and Madhukar, you're an investor in ShareChat, which had no precedence of sorts, right? How much of venture investing today indexes on just good founders, good markets versus good founders, good markets, plus maybe genuinely good innovation? Is that a big factor today? Or to your point, Madhukar, we are still in the early stages of VC ecosystem. Maybe we don't have the luxury to do that. How do you, at least for yourself, rationalize that when you make an investment?
So, Anurag, I think at seed stage, we only invest on founders, right? So I think there are three aspects on which businesses are evaluated: product, market, and the founders. At the stage where we invest, there is only founder, and the market is hazy, right? So it can evolve, right? And it can get discovered and it can get created. Although those things are possible. And while different, if you ask this question to different VCs, somebody will say that we basically put a lot of emphasis on the market. Somebody will say that we are a founder fund, so we focus only on founders. And some will say that no, we look at the product and try to evaluate, and they have a team which actually goes and looks at the code and does a lot of user surveys, etc., to find out how the product is working, right? But at the end of the day, all of those things are being done to index on the founder only, right? So in the early days, there is not enough data either of the market or of the product to basically say that this is the product which will go and build a billion-dollar company, or this is the market where this company will get built, right? So if you look at, even in India, I will not go to Valley, most of the successful cases, I think 50 to 60% of time they pivot, right, from the product which they originally started with. And I think a good 20-25% they pivot the whole market itself, right? Or they create a new market. Right? So to answer your question, we are largely looking at the founders, and the good thing is that the quality of founders is increasingly becoming better. And when I say better, I think there was few things 10 years back which we used to emphasize a lot, like ethics, integrity. These were very, very important questions, and especially people who used to come from outside and they used to invest. They used to say that we don't trust the Indian companies' balance sheets, numbers, etc. And there were a lot of siphoning, etc. used to happen. I think in the last 10 years, what we have done as a startup ecosystem is that we have established that Indian founders are not crooks, right? This was the general feeling 10 years back, right? 10 years back, any company, any numbers used to be treated with a lot of suspicion that no, this number is not correct. The founder is necessarily making some money out of it, right? All those things. So I think those things have changed, and therefore today, very right kind of entrepreneurs are coming. They are prioritizing on business building. Of course, there are a lot of things which have to improve, and frugality and profitability is one of the core areas where the ecosystem will concentrate in the coming years. But at least we don't have to constantly look over the shoulder of the founders and make sure that he's not cheating, right? That thing has gone away completely.
So when we also come in pre-revenue, right? So when you're coming pre-revenue, obviously, fundamentally what matters is what's the founder, their background, their ability to build a product they're going to build. And if they were to build a product, what is the differentiator? What is their, IP differentiators, what we look at, because we are a product-based company, because you need to reach a certain point, to Rupan's point, the other people can do it, but how quickly can you get to the market, and how can you build a moat of revenue as a moat, right? Because you get to a certain level of revenue, then success feeds onto itself. So I think the ability of the founder to get to that revenue so that becomes a moat is very, very critical, because, the first $1 million that you need to get to prove that your product is something your customers want, the founders have to sell that. So you're not only looking at the tech capability of the founder, you're also looking at the sales capability, because you ain't going to hire a sales guy at that time to come and help you to get the first 1 mil. So hence, all other things matter, market matters, and your IP differentiator matters, but I think a lot is depending on the founders, because they make or break the companies.
And Rupan, since you do very specific AI-led technical products, right? Is it still the same for you, or is the equation a little different in your case?
Absolutely the same, because at the end of the day, all these companies are solving a problem. So we try to validate what the problem is. Is it big enough? And does it have a global application? And what is the kind of solution that is being built? Sometimes the solution is ready. Sometimes, a lot of times it's not. We are early stage. We don't have the luxury to have all the tech. We try to see what is the approach that the founder is taking to solving that problem. Is it differentiated and defensible in the long run? And the maximum indexing, like we've already talked about, is on the founders and their ability to execute. So we like to see, although we are deep tech focused, we like to see in the founders, the founding team, there has to be a business capability as well. So they need to be able to sell and grow and scale the company.
And again, just coming back to the point of innovation, right? We've all been in this business for long enough. So I'm curious, in your journey as an investor across multiple companies, are there any interesting interactions you had with founders where just the innovation of thinking there blew you away? I just thought I'll ask you this question before we open it to the audience.
So can you repeat that last part of the question?
The innovation aspect of the company really stood out for you, or was memorable enough?
So like I said, one company we have invested in is a prof from ISC, which I said was one of the deep tech companies where you're trying to, it's a intersection of physics, electrical engineering, computer science, and mathematics, right? So that to me is very, very hard for somebody to just come and say, I will write code to do the same thing, because it's not just about writing code to achieve what you want to achieve. So, even if someone wants to try, even if you were to go to a Synopsys or a Cadence, it will take them 2 years to get to where you want to get to, right? So I think when you have that level of innovation, you would know, because to me, when I don't understand something, then I know it's like, not that I'm the best guy, but it's harder for somebody to just come and just quickly copy it. Most of the other companies we have invested in, I can relate to it very easily, very well, right? But there are these two companies, like other company, Ammune, which is building, they're finding cure for autoimmune skin diseases. You stand head over heels, it will take you 5 years to copy that, right? Because you have to go through that process of trials and this and that. So those are not easy to just replicate. Many other guys, a Google or a Facebook can replicate what our companies are doing, but it is not their business. And that's why time to market becomes very important. In deep tech, the ability to get to market itself is not easy. Whereas in other companies which are building products like SaaS, for example, whether it's using AI or whatever it is, but it's still a SaaS play, you have to get to market very quickly, right? And then build your momentum based on that. So how do you get to 8 to 10 million revenue in 4 years, 5 years, so that once you have that momentum, then you can do something. So when you see certain companies, you say, all right, even if someone wants to do it, it'll be hard for them to come and just replicate what these guys are doing.
Rupan?
To be honest, in my mind, of course, it's a little bit of skewed question because since we are deep tech focused, so it's selection bias in some way. So we mostly get innovative or trying to be innovative kind of companies that we tend to meet on a daily basis. But I would just talk about a couple of companies from our portfolio, one is Agnikul, which is building a space rocket for small satellites. And they are the first company globally to have built this fully 3D printed engine. And now they're building the launch vehicle, which is almost ready and should be launching soon. So that's one company. Second company, I would say, is Visa, which is, they've built an AI coach or AI therapist. So it's AI, which is built around the model, like a very old school of psychotherapy, which is called CBT. So it is able to emulate that and provide a very clinically safe environment for a user to interact with it. And they actually have been able to save lives in this process. So these are two examples of some of the innovative companies that I've been particularly impressed with.
So I don't do deep tech, so I don't have many examples, but I think I also
Innovation doesn't have to be deep.
I also consider innovation as trying to solve a problem in a new way. So I remember one instance, I think this was 2015 before Reliance Jio had launched, and our company ShareChat, they had launched their product in which there were a lot of videos and photographs, right? So the moment we installed heavy photographs which have more data, right? So photographs of higher quality and videos, we saw that the uninstall rates skyrocketed, right? And everyone was just uninstalling the app. And we realized that data was very expensive at that time. And here, when somebody opens the app and a photograph is there which is of 20 MB, so that 20 MB gets consumed, right? So therefore, to overcome that, the team came up with a solution, and they said that we will not basically make the photograph or video load. We'll instead put a thumbnail over there, and once the user actually clicks on it, then only the data gets used, right? And that had a phenomenal return, right? So I think these are the small ways in which companies try to innovate, right? In our parlance, sometimes we call it, if it is for growth, we call it growth hacks. So in consumer companies, innovations are largely to solve a particular problem in a more nuanced way, so that you grow faster or reduce your cost or increase your engagement or improve your conversions, right? And those things keep happening in these companies.
Perfect. Awesome. We'll open up to the audience for questions if you have any.
Hello. I'm Chandrasekhar. For the last 40-45 minutes, I really enjoyed the conversation, what you guys were doing, right? So I have got one simple question. Yeah, so you guys are always talking about innovation, right? But all this innovation starts with an idea, and to idea get to fully formed, right? As we work on it, then only it's become clearer and clearer, right? By the time it gets clearer and gets patent granted, it takes another 2, 3, 4 years. At what point in time are you looking for to invest, right? Is this the idea that is having huge potential in the market, or the idea which is already patent granted, right? Innovated, yeah? So what you can say as a new way of solving the problem. What is that you are looking for? And are you looking for a profitable point of view that it has a mass customer base, right? So when you're talking about, especially Nagananda, so you are talking about the market in which we were, has to have the market, right? To invest for having this product. Many of the ideas will have a very narrow product scope, right? Do you think considering that also, or you are always looking at mass ideas which has got a huge market in place?
So patents, we don't, at least in our fund, it's very hard to go after only those companies that have patents, right? But what we look for, is it patentable, right? So we don't necessarily look for patents, but you look for patentable because that's the differentiator you're looking for when you're investing. That's number one. And number two, we would like to see some POC. Like we said, we come pre-revenue. In the sense, you are just doing a pilot with the customer, or you're talking to a customer who is very keen on deploying your product once it is ready, and so on and so forth. Well, so it is okay not, since we come in pre-revenue, we cannot expect that also, but we need something as a POC at least done. Number 3 is market is a guess. Right? I think if anybody says they know the market, they're lying. It's a guess. When you don't have any revenue, whatever you're doing, it's a probability game. Investing is a probability game. You're just based on whatever little knowledge you have, you think that there's a market to it, and you go after it. And that's why you see, even when VCs invest out of 10 companies, the average 5 probably find it hard to find market, in spite of all this diligence you do, in spite of all this belief in the market, in the founders, because market messes you up completely. So it's a probabilistic game we play, and we are not as intelligent as you think we are. So that's.
Hello. Hello everyone. I'm Mustafa Sharif here from Orfocus Healthcare. We are from healthcare segment. My question is for all the VCs and especially for Tej Kapoor sir. Like, which is more important, like a valuation of the startup or a valuable startup? Because everyone are talking about the unicorns. Okay, I think and I believe that more than unicorns, the non-unicorns are profitable now, and unicorns has become like a mirage right now. Okay, so what right now most of the startups are, everyone are focusing is like, I just saw the Tej Kapoor sir showing a presentation like 150 or 200. Like right now, if we just focus on the unicorns, is the only most important thing as a focus for the unicorns, because unicorns most of the time are not making a profitable. If you take a example, like I don't want to take a more time, example of Cred, just to earn the 1 rupee, Cred has spent around 750 rupees on the customer. Okay, it's like a $3 billion company right now. Okay, what's more important, valuation of the company or the valuable startup? Which is important as a VCs? What you see a most, especially for Tej Kapoor sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Tej is.
Okay, as a VCs, you only can tell us like which is what exactly you see like as a valuation or the valuable startup. Like for a startup, reaching like a unicorn is like an achievement. What exactly it is?
Yeah. So actually, when a company starts from zero and it becomes a self-sustainable, large, valuable company, unfortunately, the value creation and the valuation, both of them don't happen simultaneously. And that's just a function of the demand supply, right? So anything which seems that it will become valuable, which will create value, suddenly becomes more valuable because all the investors want to invest in that company. So one should not really get caught in that dilemma a lot, because there will be instances where companies will have their valuation first and the value will be built later on, which means that the company will be valued at probably $2 billion and will not have any revenues. And then it will stay at $2 billion and the valuation will build up, right? And it will become probably $5 billion, and then they will raise the capital. And there will be instances where the market will not be able to understand the value creation, and therefore they will miss out on those deals, and those will be undervalued, and they will remain undervalued for a while. And then somebody will understand that, yeah, this is going to become very valuable, and they will go and invest. And that's why you see a lot of companies struggle to raise their series A, B, C, but then after that they become suddenly very, very hot and everyone wants to invest in them. And then there are certain companies which are fought upon at series A and series B, and then people forget about that. For example, I don't want to name companies, but there are so many companies in 2015 which were raising like 3 rounds of capital in the same year, and after that they didn't raise any capital for the next 2.5 years, right? A good example will be maybe Big Basket, right? So Big Basket was pretty hot in 2015-16, and then they kind of went into a low profile kind of period, and then again they came back when their US counterparts start doing very well in US, then Big Basket also became very valuable. So you have to basically be slightly patient. So sometimes the value creation and the valuation don't go hand in hand. Sometimes the valuation builds up first, and sometimes the value gets built up.
Just to add, the conservative approach is you should always believe that valuation always follows value and never vice versa, right? So and I think most of us stick to that. So never go for the reverse. Always first build value, and if you have good value, more often than not, a very high percentage that your valuation will follow. I think most of us here on this stage, at least from our investing thesis, we believe in that strongly. Hope that answers your question.
Hi, my name is Neil. My question is directed to Ms. Rupan and Mr. Naganand, simply because you all already had a deeper conversation about deep tech and things like that. So it's out of curiosity, right? I'm just curious as to what are the traction metrics that you guys look out for an organization which is, let's say, pre-revenue. You touched upon POC, but apart from that, what are some of the traction metrics that you look for without revenue being one of them?
Unfortunately, a lot of times we don't have the luxury of looking at traction because there is none. So what we look for are certain signals, like if let's say there are certain initial users using the product, right? How much stickiness is there? How often are they using? What is the frequency? Can they do without it? Is it a must-have or a good-to-have solution for those customers? So we try to understand the business viability from those signals. We have personally invested in a lot of pre-revenue companies. And Naganand.
So like when you come in pre-revenue, you know that you're still exploring the market. You have no clue what sells, whom to sell, how to sell, whatever, right? So what we do is at least just say, where is the first 100K going to come from? So I think what you do post-investment in the first 1 year or 18 months is have very specific goals of where is the first 100K going to come from? What are we going to learn from that customers? How are you going to get to 500K next? And how are you going to get to 1 mil next? I think it's a very stepwise methodical process. And the bottom line in all these things is, which problem are you solving? Who is buying it? Why are they buying it? Are they going to use it forever? And how can I grow, right? I think just very, very fundamental basics is what you want to look at, because pricing is not an issue at that point of time, because you will discover pricing much later on. Sales is not important in hiring people because the founders are selling. So you have to keep it simple, and you have to listen to the market and then do it stepwise. But before we invest, we all also talk to a few people in our own network. That is something we do very, very diligently to say, hey, are you going to buy this product? And if so, at what cost and why? If you have to have answers to some of those questions, people will give you answers, but you can't depend on it. That's where the uncertainty of investing comes in, because there's a lot of uncertainty when founders in uncertainty, market uncertainty, product uncertainty, whole lot of uncertainties.
Hey, hi. My name is Jamil, and we are working on a product called as EcoCrew. So my question is, in 2023, do you guys still see investors investing into products which are more process oriented? For example, companies which are making deliveries in 10 minutes, or companies which are delivering things in 5 minutes, whatever it is, right? So they are just optimizing the process, the day-to-day activities. So do you guys see this still happening in 2023? And will investors be still investing into companies of that sort?
So look, in 10 minutes to 5 minutes in an enterprise context means a huge thing, right? It depends on the context you're applying that metric to. And I don't give a damn about if a Coca-Cola comes to my house in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. So that doesn't excite me. However, in an enterprise, if you look at a manufacturing line, if you're bringing computer vision or something, robotics into play, to say, I will reduce this time from 10 minutes to 5 minutes, that's a huge change in productivity. So process influence in enterprise context where we invest in means a lot. If you're reducing the time by half, it's a huge thing. Now, if you get to B2C, I don't think, I personally feel it doesn't make sense. I won't invest, but there are certain people who believe it is a good problem to solve and they will invest. But I think then the investing thesis or what you believe in comes into play. And that's why all investors are different. So I might not find something very exciting Rupan can find or Madhukar can find. So you have to hence go to the investor who believes in what you're doing also. That's why going to the right investors becomes extremely important.
Hello. So I'll ask one question. I have the mic. So my name is Vineet. I'm an investment banker. I help startups in fundraising. Of late, we see a lot of negativity in the market. We see that the investors are taking less bets, right? So I just wanted to know, have you guys also taking less bets these days, or the market is still the same for you? And if you believe you are taking less bets because of the market situation, how long you believe this will continue?
Yes, so market activity has slowed down for sure because of capital markets globally, right? So therefore, whatever happened in the last 18 months, people are just now taking a step back and evaluating those decisions, right? And seeing what we can learn from them and how we can do better. I think there's still a lot of capital at play. So almost all VCs have raised capital in the last 1.5 to 2 years. So there's a lot of deployable capital. But at the same time, last 18 months have been too fast, too reckless, right? So all kind of bad behavior has crept in. I think it's a time for people to just retrospect and think it through. And we are already seeing that the activity at this early stage is coming back. It's not still at the pre-COVID levels, but probably 20% down from there. Late stage, of course, is slow, and I think it will have some more. It will take some more time for that to normalize. But also the reality is that we might not ever come back to 2021 levels, because maybe that was an aberration. And if you look at the international commentary, especially US commentary, it seems that that was not only 2021 problem, that was probably the dollar printing for the last 10 years, right? So maybe that exuberance is not going to come back maybe in the next 2-3 years, right? So we'll have to be patient over there.
I just want to add, I think, totally agree with Madhukar. The thing is, if there is a good startup, doing good work, building a solid product, tackling a good market, there's always money for that kind of a startup.
So I will never time the market. I have a lot of white hairs, as you can see. This is my 5th cycle I'm seeing. There are always ups and downs, but you can never predict. If you ask me, can you tell me by when it will come back? I have no clue. But I'll tell you it will come back. Okay, because everything is a cycle. Innovation is a must. Startups are absolutely required. You will go through cycles. You just need to have the patience to go through it. But I cannot tell you when it's going to come back. There are too many factors. It's a very complex question.
Hi, my question's actually based on what Madhukar said earlier. It's more about horizon alignment between LPs and funds. You said that LPs are now realizing about the horizon needed for investments. Hi, can you hear me now? Yeah. So it's related to what Madhukar said earlier, basically about horizon alignment in deep tech innovation. And the question is for the whole panel, actually, not just for Madhukar, but I wanted to understand whether that's changing in 2022, where the LPs are more sort of comfortable with having a longer horizon for the money they're investing in funds, and whether, that has in fact, or whether it's accelerated the horizon because of the slowdown right now.
I think these kind of changes. I think these kind of changes. Hello.
We'll take this offline. I think we'll take this question offline. We are running out of time. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. So since it's a startup related venue, I just wanted to ask, there are a couple of startups here, and also you are people who could answer this. See, there are problem statements today in the industry, right? And there are engineers who could provide problem solutions. And what I find missing today is a common platform where both of these things can be linked. Why can't startups come up with a platform where problem statements can be put in one venue and problem solutions can be pitched? And instead of big companies like Bosch, Toyota going to IIT, IIM, spending lakhs together for getting problem solutions, why can't engineers like me and a lot of people here give problem solution? This is my idea. I think startups should work on this.
I don't think I understand it completely, but let's take it offline. You got our attention, but let's talk, because I don't have a direct answer to your question. So take it offline.
Yeah, thank you.
A big thank you to our wonderful panelists for such a wonderful session. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I now request Ms. Parnika Pavanram Admin, General Manager, Admin, Karnataka Innovation and Technology Society, Government of Karnataka, to please come on stage and to give away the tokens of appreciation to the panelists. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear for them. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear for them. A big round of applause, please. Thank you. They're all there. After okay. Hello, everyone. A very warm welcome to you all to the 25th edition of Bengaluru Tech Summit 2022, organized by the Department of Electronics, Information Technology, Biotechnology, and Science and Technology. Our second session for today is going to be Building Robotics Ecosystem for the Developing World, Challenges and Opportunities. We have a lineup of very eminent panelists, and our keynote speech is going to be given by Mr. Pulkit Agarwal, who is Assistant Professor, MIT. Dr. Pulkit Agarwal is Stephen and Renee Finn Chair Professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science at MIT. He earned his PhD from UC Berkeley and co-founded Safely U Incorporated. His research interests spanned robotics, deep learning, computer vision, and reinforcement learning. Pulkit completed his bachelor's from IIT Kanpur and was awarded the Director's Gold Medal. His work has appeared multiple times in MIT Tech Review, Quanta, New Scientist, New York Post, etc. He is a recipient of Sony Faculty Research Award, Salesforce Research Award, Amazon Machine Learning Research Award, Signatures Fellow Award, Fulbright Science and Technology Award, Goldman Sachs Global Leadership Award, OPJEMS and Sridhar Memorial Prize, among others. This is going to be a virtual session, and Mr. Pulkit Agarwal is going to be giving the keynote speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Pulkit. I'm a faculty member at MIT, where I direct the Improbable AI Lab. Today, I'll talk to you about the age of robot learning. The robots have been around for a very long time. The first industrial robot was called Unibake. It was employed by General Motors for welding. The way this robot worked was there's a human who presses some buttons so the robot moves around, right? So the human presses some buttons, the robot follows some actions. It keeps on doing that action over and over again. It turns out, most of today's robots also behave in a similar way. They keep on repeating the same action over and over again. Now, while these robots are excellent for some industrial applications, there is a problem, right? And the problem is illustrated by the following situation. Suppose there's a robot in your bedroom, and you give it a goal to go towards a refrigerator. Now, if you have provided one sequence of actions to the robot of how to go to the refrigerator in one house, now if you were to go to a different house, the same sequence of actions is not going to work. We need to actually find a new path. Now, this is a problem that roboticists and AI researchers have known for a long time. The ability to generalize. How do we do it? So one of the first projects, along those topics was actually in Stanford, the project called Shaky in 60s. Right? And what we find is this robot which can move around these office environments. It goes around, right? And the way this was programmed was by having a flow chart where we say, well, if you found an obstacle, stop, turn around. If you find a corridor, go along it. Right? So these kinds of systems can again work in some environments, right? They're more general than just hard coding what the actions are. But for a moment, let's try applying them to self-driving cars. What this would mean is we put constraints such as if you see a car ahead of me, then slow down or change the lane in a particular scenario. Now, these rule-based systems can work when the environment is structured. But what we know is that when we are driving, we can face scenarios that we have not envisaged before. For instance, what if we write a program saying that all cars move on a particular side of the road, but then, because there's some construction going on, the cars need to move in a different lane. Now, this would break the rules that we have coded. A second example is something which you are probably familiar with, driving on roads in India, right? Where, it's hard to encode, what rules one must follow so that one can drive safely. It's a social phenomenon. So what has happened is, over the years, we have developed very good solutions for structured problems. For example, moving a particular kinds of boxes around or moving a variety of boxes around. Right? And we see this in the kind of automation that we have developed. We have washing machines to wash clothes. We have mixers to, grind things, and we have particular robots which can go clean our apartments. Right? On the other hand, there is one human, which can do all of these problems, right? Which is what I call as a generalist. So a lot of recent progress in artificial intelligence has happened in building these specialists, right? So if you think about playing chess, doing backflips or, doing really good at answering, questions or, quizzing is, what I would regard as specialists. But these are things that to a normal human seem very hard. On the other hand, generalists can do many, many things. And these things to a naive observer or to us might seem very easy. Right? But turns out that things that seem hard on the left are actually very easy for machines. And things that seem easy, to us as humans are actually quite hard for machine. So this is something which is well documented. This is known as the Moravec's paradox, right? And what this has, done is a lot of effort has gone into building these specialist agents, but it doesn't really translate into building generalist agents. So, as a consequence, we don't have some machines, which are reactive, adaptive, and can perform a more general set of tasks. So if we were to take, this observation which has happened in AI and swap it into industrial automation, what we have are, today industrial solutions which work very well if we exactly know what items are coming into my factory, how this item needs to be moved around. Right? But the problem is that factories can also get much more complicated, right? There can be a lot more variation. And there are many things, which we as humans do today because we can, deal with this uncertainty or the differences and the variety of tasks that we need to do, right? But the thing to note is, none of these humans actually want to do these tasks. These workers, there's a high attrition rate. They only survive for 3 months because this is physically very demanding to keep on lifting boxes day in and day out. Right? So this is where AI or artificial intelligence in the recent years has started to make some progress. How do we develop more general robotic systems, right? So for example, by leveraging large amounts of data, we can start building systems which can grasp a wide variety of objects. Here's an example from some research at Berkeley where they were able to grasp arbitrary objects. Right? So now, once we're able to grasp objects, the next natural question would be, well, can we use these objects? For example, if there is a knife that I want to use, I'm going to grasp it, then I need to reorient it so that the face of the knife actually faces the carrot when I am cutting it. But this, reorientation is something that humans do all the time. For example, we lift the screwdriver and reorient it over here to screw the nut in. Or for example, over here, during construction or just for fun or when we are eating. So in grasping, we were able to make a lot of progress, but reorientation remained hard. And what you found is these robots, which if they were to use tools, the tools would rigidly attach to the robot's arm. Now what this means is that these robots again could not do a general set of tasks. Now again, by leveraging large amounts of data, we can now train robotic systems which can perform this more complex task of reorienting objects to the goal orientation shown on the top right. Right? Now, one of the other things, the trends that we are seeing is that we can actually train in simulation, right? And and then deploy these systems in the real world. Now, what happens in simulation is, just by running the simulator for 3 hours, we can collect 100 days of experience, which is phenomenal. So over here, I'm showing you an example of quadrupeds learning to walk and run in simulation. Then we can transfer them to the real world, for example, to climb stairs, to go under poles and, walk on complicated terrains. Here's an example of the quadruped trained in simulation, but now actually operating in the real world. Not just in the lab, but actually in more challenging scenarios, for example, going around on this icy patch, right? So, while, typical, controllers which do not use AI, for example, the one shown on the left might, have difficulty in dealing with, challenging terrains, the one on the right, which has leveraged large amounts of data, it's not walking in the most elegant fashion, but it gets the job done. So what does all of this mean in terms of the future? Right? So, before, what all of this means, the one thing is that we're going to solve unstructured problems better and better by leveraging data in a better way. Now, there's some other technology trends one should pay attention to. For a long time, robots remained in cages. Here is, an assembly plant. All robots are in their own specific cage. But what we are seeing now is a trend where robots are becoming co-inhabited by humans. We call them cobots. Right? These robots have become much safer. Also, the cost of robots have decreased drastically. It's almost an order of magnitude in the last 20 years or so. So the technology trend is these robots are safer, they can operate with humans, right? So no more robots in cages. They're becoming easier to program, easier to integrate. They're much cheaper. They're getting better and better with data. And now they can solve many more unstructured problems. And I believe, these technology trends coming together unlock a large potential, right? And, on the global scene, there are many problems that we can now start addressing, which we haven't been able to address in the past. Right? But, let's switch gears and look at, some problems in the Indian context where this unstructuredness might be useful. The one example I will pick up is from the Swachh Bharat campaign, right? So, we have a problem of, cleaning our streets, cleaning our environment. And even if, trash comes in, how can we pick out recycled materials from plastics and metal and so on and so forth? In some ways, it's an AI complete problem. And I think, slowly and slowly, robots can have a bigger impact over here. But the other thing to also be careful is that, just throwing data and, the technology which works in other parts of the world may not be useful, in our part of the world. Right? For example, self-driving is not going to solve the traffic jam problem, right? The problem fundamentally is that we live in a three-dimensional space in multi-story buildings, but our roads are single-story. One solution is to build these highways, but hey, we don't have the space. So we have to look for new kinds of solutions, for example, an automated robotaxi, right? So the point being that, because AI can be applied in different problems, let's not apply it, right? I mean, there are some problems where it can be very useful, but in some other problems, some other solutions could be equally be useful or even be better. And then the other thing is, the robots don't need to look like robots. For example, regulating traffic lights is also a robotics problem. How do we manage a smart grid is also a robotics problem, or how do we manage a nuclear fission or fusion plant is also a robotics problem. The same techniques of big data can be applied over here. There are other applications which might think about, first response in disasters, ad hoc delivery networks in remote places, right? Or even border surveillance using automated technology so we can minimize the human casualty, right? Now, if you look at, this conjunction of, data and robotics driving the future, what we know is, we are the world leaders in IT. A lot of this, advancement relies on collecting good data, right? So imagine, a future where, we can train robotic systems and provide it as a service, just like we provide, software as a service to the world right now. Right? And I think this is an exciting area where we could assume a leadership position. And there are really many industries, logistics, manufacturing, medicine, defense, surveillance to keep our public places be safe, and gradually moving towards tasks that we do in our households and automating them. Opposed to the prior beliefs that robots are going to take away jobs, I think we have a tremendous opportunity to generate employment and ensure that people do the work that they enjoy and the work which is not physically so taxing that they end up having health repercussions. And all of this is really possible because robotics today is getting democratized. As we discussed, The hardware is getting safer, it's getting cheaper, we have better software that we can use, and robots are starting to work in more and more unstructured environments with the advent of machine learning techniques. Right? Now, the next question really is, there are many problems we can use robots for, but what should we really focus on? How do we develop this ecosystem and further the ecosystem that already exists? Right? So one thing I did was, I searched for robotics research in India. And what I get is a list of institutes, and there are also different research centers which exist. But maybe what seems to be missing is maybe one place where I could find out if I want to do research in locomotion, if I want to do research in manipulation, what are the labs or what are the places which are working across India? How do we develop collaborations between them? How do we engage our youth? For example, if you look at our neighbors, they run this competition, which is very popular among students. And what they have done is they've really made robotics be cool and fun in a way which is not just on your TV screens, but is accessible by students and people who want to work on it, right? So if you see, this is almost like a cricket match, but this is for robots, and this is if something is cool, more younger people want to do it. Another way to engage and create an ecosystem is something what Bharadwaj would call as mission mode projects, right? Now a good success story is ISRO. We said we want to have a space mission, and then we had a space mission, right? And the question for us is, how do we identify maybe some mission mode projects where we can make a big dent in automation and robotics? Now, one reason is that these problems, could be big. For example, Swachh Bharat campaign and having robots which can help us clean our, streets and, recycle our waste. But more than the mission mode projects, what happens is there are ripple effects. Technology is generated, startups are created, and there are more people in the ecosystem, which leads to more innovation. So in summary, I feel there is tremendous opportunity and the timing couldn't be better. And I'm so excited and looking forward for things to come. Thanks a lot for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Pulkit. I'm a faculty.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on with the session, I would now like to invite the following panelists onto the stage. Dr. Bharadwaj Amrutur, Professor, Division of EECS, IISc, Co-founder, Research Head and Director, Art Park. Dr. Bharadwaj researches and teaches about robotics and connected smart systems at IISc. Mr. Ajay Gopalswamy, CEO, De facto. Mr. Ajay Gopalswamy is a mechanical engineer from UVCE Bangalore and also has a master's degree from Clemson University in USA with a specialization in robotics. He has more than 30 years of experience in industrial robotics. Mr. Ajay founded De facto Robotics and Automation in 2007 with the idea of offering indigenous automation solutions to enable industries to be more competitive in terms of quality, reliability, and cost. De facto is now a leading robotic system integrator in India with a subsidiary office in the US and employs close to 300 engineering staff. Dr. Arjun Jain, co-founder, CEO, and chief scientist, UAVIO Labs. Dr. Arjun Jain is the founder and CEO at UAVIO Labs and Fast Code AI. Previously, he co-founded Perceptive Code LLC, a Silicon Valley startup that builds intelligence into automobiles. He is an adjunct faculty at the CDS department at IISc, where he leads a research group in deep learning. He is an alumnus. Before, he was a postdoctoral researcher at Computer Science Department at New York University's Courtin Institute, where he worked with Turing Award winner Dr. Yan Lichun. He received his PhD in computer science from the Max Planck Institute for Informatics in Germany. Mr. Kamal Bali, President and MD, Volvo Group India. Kamal has been Spearheading top global and Indian brands as president and CEO for 2 decades, and since 2014, he is the president and managing director of Volvo Group India, headquartered in Bangalore. A distinguished alumnus of the Indian Institute of Technology, Kamal has an illustrious career spanning 4 decades, predominantly in the automotive and industry and engineering industry. He has accumulated precious cross-functional knowledge, is respected for his strong values-based leadership and professionalism with strong ethos. Welcome. And I would now request Dr. Bharadwaj Amrita to please take over the session. He is going to be the moderator for this session.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. We had a really nice overview by Professor Pulkit Agarwal, and I think it's very clear now that we are on the threshold of a paradigm change in how we do physical things in factories, homes, and many other places. And I think the robots are now ready to come out into the real world, the unstructured world, as Pulkit said. Just to set the context for this particular panel discussion, this promise of robots and has actually also been kind of, in some sense, understood by the government, and especially the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. And in fact, they have come up with they did a survey of the state of robotics in different countries around the world as of now, and of course we are kind of lagging behind. And so they have come up with a very ambitious vision that in the next 8 years, that is by 2030, they would like to see India be among the top 3 countries in the world for robotics. And the beauty of robotics is that it's a very interdisciplinary area. It's not just software. It is software, hardware, algorithms, AI, sensors, in terms of technology, and it has many applications in many different areas, as you just saw from Pulkit. So what we thought in this panel discussion is that some very eminent people, cutting across this different sizes of companies, right? We have Kamal, who kind of represents one of the marquee, big companies in the world. We have Mr. Ajay representing a company which has been around for 15 years in the space of robotics, and Dr. Arjun Jain, who's of course started companies in the past, but also he's now started a new company in robotics, especially drones. So I think we will get a really nice slice of perspectives from these people. And what we thought was we'll kind of break up this discussion into 2 pieces. One is to first understand what is the scope, what is the opportunity for robotics in India, in the Indian context. And for that, I'll first request Kamal to kind of share his views.
Thank you, Professor. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure to be here on this very eminent and distinguished panel. All scientists and experts in this field. I come from a business background, just to get the context. So just to start with, I like to make a couple of comments. Number one, we are, as we all know, living in a very, very exciting world, a very, very volatile world, and with huge set of problems on one end, whether it is inequity, whether it is resource scarcity, whether it is climate change challenges, all of that. But on the other side, we have equal amount of opportunities which are coming in thanks to emerging technologies and thanks to companies and organizations and institutions want to really make the world a sustainable place. So I think these two paradoxes are coexisting together. But the interesting piece today is that India is on the sweet spot. I think we are having everything seems to be going right for us despite some short-term challenges. Things like we have a stable regime in terms of policy framework. We have a huge startup ecosystem coming up, and we have this rebalancing of global value chain coming in with this over the last 3 to 4 years. There's a huge rebalancing of global value chain. Manufacturing, almost $4 trillion of manufacturing is shifting from existing geographies into new geographies, and India stands to gain the most. In this context, what does it mean? I think the first is manufacturing is going to get a very big leg up. And to me, robotics comes very, very close. I mean, so far, manufacturing has been only 17% of our GDP. And with the way things are moving, I guess in another 5 to 6 years' time, manufacturing would be 25% of our GDP. That's the level of, I mean, our manufacturing volumes are going to double or triple from $400 billion today to almost $1.2 trillion in the next 5 to 6 years. So what does this mean? This means it's not going to be business as usual. Robotics, automation is going to play a big role when we are really wanting to become. So far, manufacturing has been more of assembly in India, and it has not been at component level manufacturing. So I think that's the big shift what I see. And robotics is not just about manufacturing. Robotics is also, like, for instance, today we have autonomous trucks. There are opportunities. I was talking to the professor in getting a fully autonomous vehicle for a mining application areas where there is challenges to safety, or it's a complex activity where human lives are endangered, or it's a repeated or a structured thing which happens again and again. And then one thing I want to clarify, I think a very common argument is what happens to jobs? Are these robots going to take away our jobs? I think that's a myth. I mean, and this we have seen many, many times before as well. Please remember that human demands are not plastic, they're elastic. So as and when there are more opportunities, and when the moment you open the value chain, the existing set of players, actors, start doing something much higher on the value chain. Remember when PCs came and typewriters went away? We thought, what will happen to the secretaries? The secretaries are today doing a much higher level of job. So I think like this, for every change, it is not a zero-sum game. I think you open up the value chain, people move up higher in the value chain, and India can take a leading position and can become really the epicenter of technology, of robotics, of automation, of autonomous solutions. And I am very, very positive, given, and I'll come back to this later, Professor, on some of the examples where we have huge opportunities to work together as academia, as government, as entrepreneurs and startups to really work together and take India to a completely different level. To my mind, this is India's century, and we can't this opportunity let go.
Thank you. I think that was very insightful, especially your point about, there are places where it's very hazardous for humans, and it's really important to actually have robots. And also, you touched upon the point that humans are adaptable. We should not be fearing robots, and we will find always new things to do. I think that's really positive. I would now request Ajay. I mean, he has been working on a number of robotics projects, and where do you see, how do you see the opportunities now? I mean, do you see an expansion? Do you see more orders coming in? I mean,
yeah. Thank you, Professor Bharadwaj, for the kind introduction, and greetings to my fellow panelists and the audience. Indeed, an honor to be here and share my thoughts. So, as Kamal mentioned, this is going to be a revolution in terms of manufacturing for India. So I have been in this, in my career, I started my career in the field of robotics in India. I started as a scientist in DRDO, where we tried to develop robots for defense manufacturing for a number of years. When they started up the robotics division, at that time, I remember we would celebrate when we sold one robot in a year. Okay, and today in India, the statistics shows that last year in 2021, there were 5,000 robots in India. Industrial robots deployed in manufacturing. Kamal, it's going to be I'm not talking about service robots. I'm not talking about kind of robots that Dr. Jain is going to be talking about, which is the drones and the unmanned vehicles. I'm talking about manufacturing automation. So today, in 2021, India was at 5,000. Okay, we may pat ourselves on the back, but then the cold, sobering fact is that we are 10th in the world. The number one country is China, where they deployed close to 270,000 robots, 270,000 robots. So we are at 5,000, they're at 270. So there is a huge gap that we need to cover up. The sad part is that India and China were at the same level when I started my career in the early 1990s. And today they are at about 60 times our size, but no need to get disheartened, because as always, India works in a certain way. We are slow, but we are steady. We have our systems. We have our very positive things. So, and as Kamal said, the last 10 years has seen a revolution in terms of the number of opportunities there are, especially the last 3 years with the supply chain disruptions that have happened. Manufacturing is coming into India in a very big way, and this cannot be done with human labor. Human labor is not, it's a paradox. We have 1.4 billion people, and we say where there are unemployed, there's a lot of unemployment, but the fact is, every customer I go to, they say that they are finding it hard to find people to come and work in their shop floors. Because as even Dr. Agarwal mentioned, human body is not meant to do these repetitive tasks all through the day, all through the month, all through the years. It leads to fatigue. It is a gross and criminal underutilization of the intelligence of the human intellect. And there are better ways to do it. So automation is now becoming mainstream. As I said, it's now at 5,000, and I would say 5,000 robots in India deployed is mostly imported. We have, once we have an ecosystem where we have robotics companies in India building robots, that is how China is now at 270,000. It's because they have their own robotics companies. We will get there eventually. It's a matter of time. And I'll talk about that in the next round and how are we going to get there. So these are my few thoughts on it.
I think you have kind of re-emphasized what Kamal said about manufacturing becoming a really critical piece for us to reach the 5 trillion economy vision which the government has put out. And I think the point you made is that to get to that scale in manufacturing, we don't have labor to do that. It has to bring in automation and robotics. And there is a huge potential and upside for making robots and using robots. So I think
Yeah, we are at about $400 billion in manufacturing today. We are definitely going to reach 1.2 trillion. So how do you, and this is over the next 5 years period. So this $800 billion addition delta is a big delta. And this is one opportunity of a lifetime. Either we get it now or never. So therefore, India can't afford to lose it. So therefore, we will have to use all tools in the box, whether it is robotics, whether it is automated solutions, whether it is manual, everything. We will have to use all tools in the box, depending on the situation, so that we don't lose this opportunity which has been offered to us on this platter in this century. So I think to me, it's a very, very important, compelling reason why we all must collaborate to make this happen.
So Arjun, you kind of represent kind of the new way of doing things in some sense in the country, which is to start new companies as startups. And we have seen a lot of successful startups in the services sector, in the IT sector. What do you see as a potential out here for startups in the robotics space, whether it's a drone or whether it's industrial robots or what have you?
Thanks, Professor Bharadwaj, firstly for having me and my esteemed panel. So, yeah, as you rightly said, I mean, I'm doing software company is very different from doing a hardware company. I mean, like Kamal was also mentioning, we're more of assemblers, like most components that go into our robots, be it aerial or ground, be it motors, ESCs, chips, compute units, sensors. We don't manufacture even one of them here in India. So that has to change. And yeah, one upside of robotic startups here in India as compared to a lot of other places my friends are, is that we have access to good talent. So talent is plenty. You just need to find the right talent and nurture them. And yeah, it's definitely way harder to do hardware startups than software. But then I think it has, like the differentiation is more. It's difficult for others to catch up. The value addition is more. So I think it's the more long-term game, like Ajay would know best, right? So you have to do it for a long period of time. And I think it's loaded towards, it's heavy loaded.
You kind of hit upon some really interesting points out here, which I think are at the core of the challenges we have to face, right? Which is, you mentioned about talent, and I'm pleasantly surprised that you said that you have access to good talent, which is good to know. India, the kind of demography we have the raw fuel to create talent, but I think there's a gap, I feel, to get that raw skill and make it into a talent. Deep tech also, and especially robotics, requires a lot of investment, right? You need to put in a lot of money to get going. Some of the work which Pulkit said in US, it's just easy to get tens of millions of dollars for funding, and something like Boston Dynamics has burned through like hundreds of millions of dollars to build the kind of robots. Talent is the other one, as you mentioned, and patience is the other thing you said, right? I mean, unlike a software startup, you can, and in the previous panel, Naganan mentioned how, you can get things going in 6 months. Here, you need to wait. So it looks like there are a bunch of roadblocks and challenges. So I just wanted to kind of get your perspective on how do we bridge that, right? And how do we take this forward? Maybe we can start with Kamal again.
Yeah, I think, of course, whenever you have to transcend to a different level, there will always be challenges and obstacles. But I think the main challenge is the mindset. I think there are not as many physical or real challenges as there are in the mind. I think we have to start believing that India can do it. I mean, I think a big example is the Bangalore Airport Terminal 2. I mean, I think somebody dared to say that we are going to build the best airport in the world. And it is really one of the topmost, if not the best, amongst the top 3 terminals. So I think, what was the difference? I mean, it is not the money, it is not the funding. I think it's the capacity or the capability to think big. We in India, we have always been little intimidated by the European world or the outside world, and we think that we can't do it. And if in Europe, they have not done it, how can we do it? I think we need to dare to, I think the first is we need to really bring up our new generation to say, please challenge us, please challenge yourselves, please challenge this ecosystem, it will happen. So I think, and I can tell you that there are a lot of good people in the central government as well who are responding to these challenges. If we come up with a good idea, there are many takers who are backing you with that idea. So I think that's the first thing. The second, obviously, is the regulation. I mean, regulations always lag. I mean, that's a challenge everywhere. So obviously, somebody will have to work. So there will have to be teams. So what I mean to say here is, Professor, that all such things will happen with a collective intelligence, with collaboration. No one entity, whether it is an industry or academia or government or civil society, can solve this puzzle alone. So we will have to get a 360-degree solution, and this will come when we start working on platforms. And I think Umakant's Art Park, I mean, something like on those lines is a great platform where people can come and can test out. For instance, if we want to do maybe an autonomous truck for the mining, for material movement in the mines, in the open cast mines, I think we can work together on this platform. We can get all the experts. we can get technology, we can get funding. It's not a problem. Funding is least of the problems. I'm not saying it's easy, but it is not a very big problem. If you have a good value proposition, there'll be many people backing you. Money is also just a commodity. It is no more than a commodity. You will get it if you have a good idea. So, and then of course, there are the prospects of solving some great problems, Professor, will spur people to do it. I mean, I can tell you, if we can use robotics in a good way in the entire value chain of logistics, we have the complete logistics policy now. If we can deploy drones, we can have hub-to-hub transportation through latest trucks, to high-speed trucks or long trucks, 25-meter trucks, followed by the last mile connectivity through drones and other smaller vehicles. And I think then we have a huge opportunity of solving a problem where our logistics cost in India is 14% of GDP, whereas globally it is about 8%. So this 5 to 6% additional money in the system, if our GDP is $3 trillion, just imagine this 5%, how big it is. This can solve. There is money in the system. So I think, to my mind, a collaborative system, number one, dare to think, go to the right people, form the right collaborations, and go ahead and dare to fail. There is no harm failing. So I think, to me, this is the recipe for solving this problem.
I think, Kamal, you should be, in the government funding agencies. I really love your approach. I think the biggest takeaway, I think, is the mindset problem, which you said. Think big, be bold, take risks, place big bets, and borrow from the future in some sense. That's the American way of doing things, right? So I think that's great. Ajay, I mean, you mentioned stark gaps in where we are, compared to where the top country is right now. And I mean, it's a big gap to cross, 60x or 70x. Yeah. What is your perspective on, how we can kind of go about that?
Yeah. So the problem looks very daunting. We are at 5,000. The leading countries are at 250,000. But then we have to remember from where we came from. As I said, we were at 20 robots a year in about 20 years ago, and today we are at 5,000. So there is no reason why we can't achieve the goal that you set out at the beginning of the session, where you said India should be a top 3 robotics country in the world. I mean, that would probably mean we should go from 5,000 robots a year today to about 100,000 robots by 2030. I do think it's achievable. And extending on what Kamal mentioned, it's a mindset thing. Apart from mindset, I have a few points that I would like to make. For example, so we need to develop the ecosystem, as Arjun said. We have to have not only robotics, the product as such, the entire sensors, the servo motors, the drives, the vision systems, everything that goes to automate a particular process which goes to improve the productivity of manufacturing. All those need to be developed, built in India. It's not going to happen overnight. Even China, it didn't happen overnight. The ABB today is selling robots in India, but in China, they've started building robots. I'm sure that's going to happen in a few years in India. The multinationals will start doing it, but I would like to see a lot of Indian startups that they're already there. I know at least a few companies in Bangalore who are building robots for manufacturing, and they're at various levels of their development. Our own company is building autonomous mobile robots, which we will be demonstrating pretty shortly in January at the IMTEX show in Bangalore at the BIEC. So there's going to be, the big ticket investment that happened by Reliance into this robotics company called Adverb in Greater Noida. I think they put in something like 950 crores. And with the idea that it's going to become a big automation company, multinational Indian robotics company. So that's already, the process has started. and it's inevitable. It's going to go, it's going to pick up speed. Apart from that, I think we need to actually have a national robotics association, something along the lines of NASSCOM, okay, which helped our software industry to reach markets overseas, build up the reputation. I'm looking at the Robotics Association of India, which will set standards for robots, which will set the safety norms which are required. It will provide a framework for the skills that need to be developed. It will provide a platform for research projects. And it will also maintain statistics of the Indian robotics industry. I think it's very, very important to have that and do that pretty soon. And maybe, we are a member of the CII. CII is pretty active in the robotics field. Professor Bharadwaj, and there are a lot of other eminent researchers in this field who would also, I would call on them to all come together on this platform. People like Kamal and Arjun. We all should get together and start this at the earliest. I mean, it's already late, but we can. It's something that we need to do right away. And encourage innovation. Of course, there's a lot of scope. We are a very innovative society as such. We tend to solve problems with limited resources, which is always a fantastic thing. And there are so many young, bright engineers and talent that, as Arjun referred to, a huge talent pool that we need to harness. And this, I really think that this robotics industry is of strategic importance to India. We can't afford to be left behind in this. It's a new technology, it is high tech, and that is the future for manufacturing. For manufacturing to succeed in India, it has to be through robotics and automation. It cannot be through labor. Labor is not interested in participating in mundane tasks. So we will have to do it through automation, and we will become a manufacturing powerhouse by 2030. There's no doubt about it.
I think your suggestion for Robotics Association of India, or some kind of organization like that, is a fantastic one. And I think we should see how to take that up. And I call upon people from the audience and other industry participants to brainstorm and see how we can get that going. Arjun, as a, from the wearing the hat of entrepreneur in this space, what kind of roadblocks have you faced, or do you think that it's not really fundamental roadblocks, like Kamal has said, it's just, it's just out there for us to just go and get it?
Well, the big ones are like we already covered. So funding, somebody needs to put some money down, especially with hardware startups, which have a longer gestation period. Talent is, you need to groom them. So again, the gestation time increases. Policy has improved a lot, especially drone policies and regulations. I think we're very forward-looking, and I think the ministry has done a good job. But there still remain a lot of challenges. For example, the import duty is just so high. And not just the import duty itself, this is also a challenge to import parts. The whole mechanism is not very transparent. And so these are, I think, the major challenges that we currently face. And manufacturing, like Ajay mentioned many times, China is the biggest hub. So if we want to manufacture things at scale, India is still not our first option at present. So these are the kind of challenges.
I think one of the things, again, I pick up from what you said, and it's kind of similar to what Ajay said about Robotics Association of India. Maybe it's time to have a deep tech robotics venture fund, right? Venture fund for robotics. And maybe if there are some VCs in the audience, they can take that up and see how to take that forward. I think this has been a fantastic round of discussions. We have had some really excellent insights and inputs. I would like to throw it open to the audience to ask a few questions. Please go ahead.
So I'm Colonel Kevin D'Souza. I've been studying the defense industry for quite some time and trying to understand what are the challenges. So there are one or two queries which I have. One is about just thinking big and daring to fail. I'm not too sure, is a good idea. I think it's a very scientific process which we need to follow, where first we try to see what strengths we have in our industry or our environment, Indian environment. Then we focus on the domestic market, which, for example, the auto industry did very well because there was a huge domestic demand. So we capitalize on that, get foreign investment. That's where the funds come in, and then we get draw in money and funds, and then we start exporting to the world. But robotics and drones, for some reason, we've got this thing that if we have to be number 3 or number 2 in the world. Now, I don't understand how this is going to work unless we have a very strong comparative advantage in India compared to China and the rest of the world. What is that comparative advantage in drone manufacturing, for example? So these are my queries. If you can, help me out here.
Nice questions. Yeah.
So I'll take up the drone manufacturing. So manufacturing is one part, but then the bigger and more important part is the software that goes on it. So we manufacture drones for warehouses. Essentially, you can tell where your misplaced inventory is in your warehouse. So it goes, scans barcodes, creates a 3D map. It has to traverse in a GPS-denied environment using the vision sensors on board, do path planning, navigation, etc. So this is all software. Hardware is commodity. Hardware once done is done. So we do have and because we have this huge software industry, we're one of the biggest in the world, right? So this is why it makes sense for us to embark on this journey. So it's more software than hardware in today's day, and Kamal would know better.
Kamal, would you like to address the point about thinking big? I think the counterpoint is that should we be thinking of such big things or focus on very specific practical problems?
No, I think I will reiterate. I mean, as a nation, we have to start thinking big. That doesn't mean that you think stupidly. You think you obviously have your strategy in place. You know your strengths and weaknesses. But many times we have great strengths. We have the propensity to do it. But many times we in India, I can tell you the Indian mentality. I'm a proud Indian. That many times we are scared to take those big leaps as a country, as a nation, as people. I'm only referring to that let's not be worried. We built some great airports in Delhi, Bombay, Hyderabad, but they were not the best. We could have gone a couple of notches ahead because we were benchmarking with some airports. We said, okay, as long as we can come near Singapore Changi Airport, we are fine. Look at this Bangalore Airport Terminal 2. They have dared to think. Look at the architecture. Look at the new things. They have not copied anyone. There's 1 lakh square feet area of vertical gardens in that airport. 1 lakh square feet. No airport in the world has. So I think that's what when I say dare to think. We got to really, really get out of the normal course of thinking and say, yeah, we can do it. Then, of course, we have the talent. India has a huge talent. He talked about the software prowess we have. Yes, of course, we are not very good on the hardware piece. We don't have sensor manufacturing. Ultimately, we will have to manufacture them here. We can't be dependent on a few countries for a particular set of things. So that's when I say, dare to think big. I think that's, to me, I will stick to that. And I would say, dare to think to really do something out of the woods here.
Really nice counterpoints you have raised, and I wish we had more time to really debate further and discuss. But I think we have kind of reached the end of this session because we have some other sessions which are going to start. So we should probably close this session. But I hope some of the panelists can be around, and I welcome you to come and meet them after the session to have more informal discussion. So thank you. Really, it's been a very good discussion.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for such an insightful session. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our wonderful panelists. I now request Mr. Umakant Soni, CEO, Art Park, to please come on stage and give away the tokens of appreciation for our wonderful panelists. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Our next session it will be starting shortly, and the next session is a very interesting session, which is on challenges, opportunities, and solutions of the future of digital public goods. We should be starting it in another 10 minutes. Thank you.
I am afraid of the dark. I want to talk to only my own thoughts to the dark. My mind going to dark places. I stay awake until the first glimmer of sun hits the horizon. I am afraid of the dark. I want to talk to only my own thoughts to the dark. My mind going to dark places.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to you all to the 25th edition of Bengaluru Tech Summit 2022, organized by the Department of Electronics, Information Technology, Biotechnology, and Science and Technology. Our last session for today is the future of DPG, which is a digital public goods, its challenges, opportunities, and solutions. I would now like to welcome Mr. Henry Verdier, Ambassador for Digital Affairs, Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs, France. He is going to be the keynote speaker for this session. Mr. Henry Verdier is an entrepreneur and digital specialist and is currently Ambassador for Digital Affairs of the Government of France. Prior to this, he has held several positions in the public sector, including Chief Technology Officer, Chief Data Officer, and Head of ETA Lab. Before joining the public sector, Henry was the CEO of MFG Labs, a startup involved in social data mining. Henry served on the OGP steering committee on behalf of the government of France. France was a steering committee member from 2014 to 2021 and served as a government co-chair from 2016 to 2017. I would now like to welcome Mr. Henry Verdier. Welcome, sir.
So good afternoon. I did take my notes on my on my computer. So this is the end of my third day in Delhi and Bangalore. So I'm exhausted because I had dozens of brilliant conversations with brilliant minds. So I will be very simple and share with you very simple views. Let's start the very simple but I feel important views. First, 50 years ago, some very idealistic people did invent personal computing and internet. They were very idealistic and visionary. They saw big computer for the army and they said, no, we need to share this power to everyone. We need to empower the people. And of course, they were a bit utopian because they thought that if we share the power to everyone, people will cooperate, create, innovate, that we will give access to education, access to knowledge, etc. 30 years ago, a British, Tim Berners-Lee, working in Geneva, close to France, did conceive the web. And with the web, probably he did offer an universal access to internet because everyone could easily create, share content, etc. And partially, they did succeed. All those people did succeed. Frankly speaking, we are living in a much better world on this aspect. For example, I have two daughters. They are much smarter than me at the same age. They know about India, I didn't. They know about Japan, I didn't. They speak English, I didn't. They are more creative. They know that they have the right to contribute. I didn't. So we did change the world in a positive manner, partially. And as you know, as all we know, hello, Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie is my Danish counterpart. So you have two ambassadors this afternoon. So partially we did succeed with this, and some things also did turn bad. And we have to take a few minutes to consider what did turn bad. First, let's observe that we have more and more bad actors. So cybercriminality is something. States did invent cyber warfare, and we can observe in France, we know a lot about what's happening in Ukraine, and I can tell you that there is a daily war, cyber war, with a lot of attacks on defense. you have cyber terrorists, some terrorists are using this, or you have child abuse, etc. So some, but this is just criminal actors. The only issue there is to understand how legitimate states, and especially democracy, can tackle this in respect of the rules of law. So that's something. The second threat, which is probably much more dangerous, is the fragmentation. Those people did dream about, and because most of them were academics, they did dream about one unique infrastructure for everyone, and they did build it. And now we have a lot of real risk of fragmentation, a technical fragmentation. So probably most of you know that, for example, Huawei did propose in the International Telecommunication Union to discuss about a new TCP/IP protocol, more supervised and more controlled and more easy to disconnect. And the group was open. So we did say no, no, no. And so the group was not conclusive. But now we observe the apparition of IPv6 plus and other avatars of this initial proposition. So there is a risk of technical fragmentation. And yeah, we have to, I speak in front of a very smart assembly. So you know that internet had various protocols from the beginning. This is, I'm not speaking against diversity. I plea for interoperability. Another point of view is that because most of our citizens don't live on internet, they live on within social networks, which are private companies with a platform business model. They are captured. So this is another fragmentation. Population are fragmented because they live in different worlds with different rules, different contents, different law, etc. And maybe we, as a state, we do contribute to fragmentate a bit because we have to regulate, we have to legiferate. So, for example, in Europe, we consider us as strong enough to impose a GDPR to protect European citizens. This is just to protect European citizens, or a GSA or a GMA, and then we have to discuss with the rest of the world. But we don't want, like, no one wants a world with 200 different systems and everyone pretending to have an extraterritorial capacity of regulation. So this is a third fragmentation. So we are living at dangerous times. Maybe my daughters, which I said are smarter than me, thanks to internet, will live the end of this internet. This is not a given. We can lose it. Really, really, we can lose it. Some states hate it, and like I can mention them. China don't like this model of decentralized end-to-end network with a shared governance, with a multi-stakeholder community. They really don't like this. And I tell it publicly, but from my perspective, the Silicon Valley don't hate it, of course, but they don't fight for it. They don't stand for the public core of internet. They don't finance enough public digital goods, because that's the point we are speaking today. But I wanted to first to share with you this vision, and then I come to public digital goods. To say first that the deep layer, the deep internet, so TCP/IP, the cables, router, etc., is still alive, and is still alive thanks to public digital good. If you didn't have Linux, HTML, TCP/IP, so open standards, open protocols, free software, and open data, we would have lost this internet. So this internet did survive because it's based on free software, open standards, and sometimes some open data. And but the upper layer, they are threatened, really threatened. And we could speak during days and nights about the fact that most of our citizens and companies are captured within this. So in Vivatech, also with Sharad and with Mr. Hermelin, I say that if you, I stole one idea that I learned here in Bangalore, thanks to iSpirit. The idea was that if you build your company within a foreign platform, and I said more precisely, if your service is just accessible just within Facebook, and you can be paid just with PayPal, and you will never become rich because the platform will decide your revenue. And I took your example, you will be like an Uber driver. So there is this capture of companies and value, but also of citizens, because our data are captured, our attention is captured, the information we access to is captured. And again, frankly speaking, the attack of capital on January 6, 2 years ago, from my perspective, it's mostly because of the filter bubbles and the echo chambers of Facebook, because most American citizens live in reality, a parallel world. But most of us, for example, in my timeline, we speak a lot about Mastodon and not very much about the last movie in Hollywood. So we are all in filter bubbles. Most of them are not dangerous. But if you are a bit radicalized or nervous or extremist, your filter bubble can become very dangerous. And here, so as I said, open standards, free software, what I call digital commons. And we have now to speak about commons because open source is not enough. They are sometimes strategy to capture you through an open source software. If I tell you, come on, work in my platform because this is open source, but I decide alone to accept a pull request, you are not free. You are just working within a platform that you don't understand, but you don't contribute to the collective decision. So I say commons. The deep layers were saved by digital commons. It's probably time to think about the upper layers. And that's why I was thinking this 2 years ago, but then I discovered the Indian stack. And frankly speaking, and that's why I'm there today, I think that first, that's impressive. You did mention that I was a state. So actually, 6 years ago, I was in charge of the French stack. And I can say with humility, you made better, faster, and less expensive. So, but because I'm like, I was trained as a researcher, I don't feel ashamed to recognize when I discover something brilliant. So this is brilliant. And we have lessons to learn there because the quality of the precision of the initial architecture and the attention that you gave to deployment, to actual deployment under the last kilometer, until the last kilometer, until the last meter, until the last citizen are impressive. So first, congratulations. This is well done, well conceived and well done. But most important, you did probably open a way for a better future, a future where we as citizens will have a feedback, will share the control through sovereign states, but we need state sovereignty. Think about this, if states are not strong and sovereign, we are not democracies anymore. Because we say, we as citizens, we don't like hate speech and blah, blah, and the state will say, I'm sorry, I cannot tell this to Facebook. So we need sovereign states, but we need to be sure that the initial sovereign is still the people. So for this, we need open source, we need contribution, we need conversation, we need controversies maybe, we need to fight a bit, but that's important. So this idea that we can avoid the global fragmentation and the global fracture and the global capture, sorry, because we could build the digital civilization on public open infrastructure, which we are trying to do, is a very, very important idea. And we, in France, and most European, I feel, we consider that we should now enlarge this conversation and we should start to exchange within countries, within continents, to propose something universal, to propose to the world a global digital world which is not built on libertarian internet. I don't want my children to be educated by Mr. Musk. And we don't want a Chinese model with a state deciding about everything and using it as a tool to control the masses. So in between, frankly speaking, you did open the way. Now we want a broader conversation. We want to test a bit. We want to transform it into an agreed international language to finance some initiative, to find a way. And maybe now the speaker will have brilliant ideas for this. but I was there to say, you did open the good door, and France and most Europeans, we are there to learn and to build something with you. Thank you very much. Do I sit or not?
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts. Moving on with the session, I would now request the following panelists to please come on stage. Mr. Sridhar Pabishetty, who is also going to be the moderator for this session, who is a founding director, Kautilya School of Public Policy. Sridhar Pabishetty is the founding director of the Kautilya School of Public Policy. He is a well-known public policy and inclusive governance specialist. He is also a chief enabler at Center for Inclusive Governance, a citizens collective for social actions on public process. For his outstanding contribution to the societal change, he was awarded the Distinguished Alumni Award in 2018 by his alma mater, Ramaya Institute of Technology. Our next panelist, Dr. S. Rajagopalan, Professor, IIIT Bangalore. Dr. S. Rajagopalan received his BTech degree from IIT Delhi, PGDM from IIM Bangalore, and PhD from IIT Kanpur. He was the Chief Executive Officer of the Karnataka State Council, Science and Technology from 1982 to 1993, and was involved managing innovations that address the problems of Karnataka. He co-founded TIDE, which is the Technology Informatics Design Endeavor, which is a non-profit development society which focused on developing and disseminating technologies that are economically attractive, environmentally sustainable, and socially acceptable in rural areas of Karnataka. One of the 4 finalists of Social Entrepreneur of India Award, he was awarded and one of the 50 pioneers of India chosen by India Today magazine. TIDE was awarded the International Green Oscar, the Ashton Award in 2008. He also heads the IIITB Innovation Center, which aims at incubating and promoting innovations in the area of information and communication technologies. Our next panelist, Mr. Sharath Sharma, who's a co-founder of iSpurt. Mr. Sharath Sharma has been leading ecosystems and companies through orbit changes for 3 decades. He co-founded iSpurt Foundation, a non-profit technology think tank that has conceptualized India Stack, Health Stack, and other digital public goods. He's an active angel investor with over 24 investments. He was also instrumental in the success of India's first IP-focused fund, India Innovation Fund. He's a member of a National Startup Advisory Council and SEBI's Financial and Regulatory Technology Committee. He's an alumnus of Delhi College of Engineering. He previously held R&D leadership positions at Yahoo, Veritas, Symantec, Lucent, and AT&T. Ms. Anne Mary Larsen, who's a tech ambassador of Denmark. Anne Mary is a Denmark and leads Danish efforts in global technology governance. The tech diplomacy approach is pioneering initiative charged with the technology and digitalization aspects of the Danish government's foreign and security policy. Anne Mary is a co-founder of Station Innovation House, co-founder of the Danish Research Institute for Democratic Businesses, and has previously worked as a politician at the Danish Consumer Council. I'd like to welcome all the panelists, and now I request Mr. Sridhar Pabishetty to please take over the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Henri, for that wonderful keynote and setting the ball rolling by saying that we need to talk more, understand more, and then find out more solutions. I'd like to begin with a question for all the panelists. As we are moving from a paper-based system to a tech-based system for identity, payments, as well as information, what are the key drivers and challenges that you are facing in your own countries of implementation when this new infrastructure is being built? Maybe Anne, you could start and then we'll come from that way.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And thank you to all of you who are in here. It's such a great pleasure to be in beautiful Bengaluru and at this amazing, energizing tech summit. From a Danish perspective, I think some of the biggest challenges, and I will say we've come a far way recently when it comes to digitizing so much of our identity on our government services, on basically the critical digital infrastructure underpinning our government. Some of the challenges that I see, one is how do we make sure that it's truly inclusive? We, despite being a very digitized country, continue to have about 10% of the populations who do not use computers, who do not or see themselves as online, who are not digitally savvy. How do we make sure, and I think it's not just in my own country, but making sure these are truly inclusive. The second piece is around the security of them. As we're putting so much of our digital infrastructure, of our ID, our most personal data, my most personal engagement with the government, with the state, my health data, how to make sure that it is secure, how to make sure that it cannot be taken ransom, that we don't see cyber attacks on them, and that we have the right capacity in government. And while we as a country, we lack, I am so jealous of the amazing talent and amount of talent that you have here in Bengaluru when it comes to technology, because I can already now see that we're going to be lacking people who know how to do cybersecurity, who know how to do this digitalization. So there's a talent gap that is not only in Denmark, across Europe. I think some of the projections, we're going to be missing 1 million people, 1 million IT specialists to help up with this digital transformation. And then the third and final point, I've been so incredibly inspired by India Stack because it's been developed not as a commercial opportunity first, but to make technology truly serve community, society, and individuals. And I think it's an approach that I'm going to be taking home to my Danish counterparts and thinking through how do we take, I think, a different mindset when we think about what ultimately becomes digital public goods, but maybe not was intended as it in the beginning.
Anne, Sharad would like to talk about the Indian specific challenges. We do have some of the inclusion challenges as well.
Yeah, one of the things which was sorted out because of COVID, see, we had to do 2 billion vaccinations in 1 year. And the question, there were two questions that came up. One was, we had 40,000 vaccination centers. Should we add to them? Those 40,000 vaccination centers used to vaccinate 25 million babies in a year, right? So if we had to vaccinate 1 billion people twice in a year, how many vaccination centers should we have? Should we have 10x the vaccination centers, 20x, 30x, 50x? That was the question to ask. And the second question was, should we rely on a fully digital system or not? And believe it or not, the answer that emerged was, we will keep the same number of vaccination centers. We kept 40,000 vaccination centers, but reimagined the flow of people through Aadhaar. All of you experienced that. Flow of information through DigiLocker. All of you got a digital vaccination certificate that's authenticable. No paper certificate was issued. And those vaccination centers that were private vaccination centers were paid in the night, so that when they opened the next day, there was no outstanding amount because of our payment system that we have. And as a result of that, there was not a single week that we did not vaccinate 25 million people in 1 week, which is 52 times the productivity. And there were 2 days that we vaccinated 25 million people in a day, using the same 40,000 vaccination centers, right? We did it with a fully digital system that allowed the young people in the family to register their parents, or paramedical workers to register people who could not do it digitally themselves. And we had no complaints of exclusion that are there. So we have, I think, over the years, last 10 years, learned how to bring a de novo digital policy to life. And I think we are the first country in the world that can have a de novo digital policy for every Indian and make it work on the ground. So this is something that is important. Second, I want to mention is what Henri mentioned. See, we have not invented this idea. This is an idea that is older. We have just adopted it. The simple idea is that there is a role of private technology, but there is a role of public technology. I think what volunteers in Bangalore, No Greed, No Glory volunteers have done, have brought public technology in fashion. because it can now be used as a base for private innovation. And the other idea that I will leave behind is that we have brought the same idea that public policy is important, but so is market rules important. So when we are implementing our data infrastructure called DEPA that you referred to, we are not only having government lay out the policy, but we are having the market players organize themselves into an SRO called Sahamati and lay out the market policy that is progressive in nature. It is a combination of public policy, public technology, and market rules set by SRO that will give us better outcomes than before. I think these are experiments. We have to all collaborate, as Henri said, to make it happen. Some of that collaboration is happening with MOSIP. So maybe I think Professor will speak more about it.
Professor Raj, what's your reading as MOSIP is getting rolled out about these?
Let me first give you 1 second introduction is what is MOSIP, because some of you may not know. MOSIP is modular open source identity platform which helps countries to build their digital identity infrastructure, somewhat similar to Aadhaar, but completely in open source, completely as a digital public good, and completely data protected and privacy passed through all the GDPR regulations. So, what's up? Ten countries have adopted, enrolled into the system. In Philippines, Morocco, Ethiopia, Guinea, Burkina Faso, Sierra Leone. Adoption of what happens is traditionally, whenever they had used technology, digital telephony, let's say a 5G, 3G, 4G, whatever system, they have always been vendor driven. They have tied up to the vendor, and vendor have got of these and how to start thinking. That's our first major challenge, and that's what we have to address in all the countries where we work, by trying to upgrade the capacity to design systems and to implement systems across the world. The second major challenge, which we all know is, we all are aware of it, is a great fear about cyber security. Everywhere the fear is that what would happen to my data? Well, will it be compromised? Can I be taken for a ride? And that fear is increasing now with more threats being coming out in the press. How do you address the threats? If time permits, I will talk about it in the next round of questions.
Henri would like to add from the French perspective, and then
I will be very brief. First, don't neglect countries with small population. In Europe, we know that Denmark and Sweden, the Vikings, they invade every European countries. So be careful. Now, two brief ideas. First, as a former chief technology officer of the government, let's be careful because very often people just want to use the old processes through a screen instead of a paper. And that's not innovative. That's not useful. Sometimes it's more expensive and it doesn't create any added value. But yeah, you smile, you know that I'm right. That's very funny. Sometimes they say, I need an electronic blah blah. And you say, well, you don't need a blah blah anymore. You can make it completely differently. The second thing, and that's very important, I think that we should, with every new technology, with every new solution, ask ourselves, does this technology empower the people or control the people? That's quite simple. We could use this technology to free the people, to share power of action, you know, to the sense of the importance of your own life, the free mind. Or you can use it to control, to treat you as a part of a big mass, to less freedom. So, and if you ask yourself this question, very often the answer is obvious. Is it empowering me or not?
I think that's the reason that I was smiling is because whenever we try getting information from the government under the Right to Information Act, we get scanned PDFs and not you know, open formats of data that you could analyze or process further, right? So what do you do with images that are given to you? Yeah.
If I can share another example, when someone from ISP did present UPI to me, he told me, poor European, you thought that to make an electronic payment, you need an ID, a bank account, a credit card, an emulation of the credit card, and then you can pay. And you did split all the three layers, and that was much more efficient, much less expensive, and much promising.
So, Anne, coming back to you, I mean, one of the early thought leaders about data sovereignty and articulating the regulation approaches to be very localized and responding to local challenges. How do you see the future shaping up when it comes to regulating this new infrastructure? There are three choices today broadly, and there could be more, but I'll sum it up as this. One is the big tech companies developing the new infrastructure, where regulation becomes unwieldy even for large democracies, right? The second is the Web 3.0 route, where the challenge of regulating the speculation is nobody has got it right. The third is treating this new infrastructure as digital public good, which means that each country will embark on the journey discovering local solutions, right? And here is where we need to have continuous dialogue, right? Data localization is seen as an imposition by many innovators, and not understanding that there are local sensitivities that need to be safeguarded while you innovate. So, over to you.
Do I have to choose one of the three?
Or you could come up with a fourth.
Okay, great. Well, I'll try that. I think fundamentally the question, should we leave our digital infrastructure and our governments going online to big tech? I don't think so. But I think we also got to recognize that some of the platforms that's been developed by big tech, if I look at my phone and I can see my screen time, I spend a significant amount of time on platforms that I utilize in communication and engaging with others and getting all my news and media sources from, in using my freedom of speech, in engaging with public officials on what is, you know, constituting some sort of a public good, but it's governed completely different. And so I think we got to recognize that we're not going to be just switching off those platforms. So many of our citizens are using them. So we got to find a way in the short to medium term to find a way how we govern those in a meaningful, human-centered way. Then how do we do about the rest that we're still? And I'm excited about what's still in front of us. We've been digitizing so much of the Danish society, but we are far from done. Like the amount of opportunities that we have from creating a truly inclusive digital public infrastructure. And coming from a small country of 6.1 million Danes.
Congratulations on the 0.1 million.
I mean, I think it's the same as like one neighborhood in New Delhi, right? If we think that every country, 200 plus, depending on how we count, all need to go and do their own systems, I think we're missing the point. I see India Stack as not only a pioneering model for India, why couldn't it be a blueprint for countries around the world who are desperately expecting digital technologies to leapfrog into better social services, into more data privacy, more economic opportunities? If every country needs to be as creative as India, I think we're going to actually see a lot of hesitation around the world, and we're going to see a lot of disappointment because then technology is not going to be delivering on those promises. We're lucky to be part of a sometimes a very happy, sometimes a less happy club of the European Union. And that is exactly to take the effort of saying, are there some things that we don't have to replicate across all these tiny little states in Europe, but where we can learn from each other? And because it also goes to the point that while we are building domestic technology, regional technology, and importing really large technology platforms, and our citizens are using them willingly, whether we want it or not, we need to be, as democracies coming together, and I think setting rules of the road for this new type of critical digital infrastructure, helping the world imagine a cooler world, a better world, a more exciting world where technology becomes, and I think truly delivers on public goods. And one of the reasons why I love talking about this as public goods is that it shouldn't be just for the few. We've seen what happens when technology is for the few. It doesn't deliver on solving huge societal issues. But when it does become a public good, one that we can all enjoy from, and I think going back to the original thinkers of the internet, those crazy thought leaders back in the 60s thinking about the potential of AI, they thought of so much more than Netflix knowing exactly what type of movie I want to watch next. They were they expected a more free, open, engaged society, one where everyone could talk together. They were imagining flying cars. And I think it's up to us, not only individual governments, but big, large democracies and small democracies working together and finding this. And that's so much of the reason why I'm in India this week and will continue to come and be working and thinking through how do we take these digital public goods not only to our own citizens, but around the world.
Thank you. And Professor Raj, going further on to the local custom needs, etc., right? With MOSIP, you are enabling better governance that can be customized for local needs, be it for education, healthcare, etc. But we also see that some infrastructure getting weaponized in the conflict, the recent Russia-Ukraine conflict. So where do you see safeguards that can be put in the emerging digital public goods?
Yeah, let me give you an example. Actually, this question was asked very bluntly to us. Not Ukraine war, Taliban taking over Afghanistan. At that time, there was a database in the American system which was used to allow the Afghan national to come inside the America, to provide services to the American Defense Forces. And they had used an identity system with biometric, and this fell into the hands of the Taliban, and then it was used to find out who were the collaborators with the Americans. So fairly easy because the database was. So how do you prevent such, if a government becomes rogue, what do? And governments can become rogue at the stroke of who can happen, as it happened in Guinea when we were right in the middle of a pilot. Okay. So we have seen the warfare in Ethiopia. So there are two things that we do. One is that the system which we create is not a queryable database. You can't ask a question saying that, give me the number, UI and identity number of all those whose name ends with Ram or Rahim. You can't ask such question. We have designed the system in such a way that it is a very minimal function it can do. What it can do is it can authenticate. It can first register a person, then it can authenticate. When somebody claims I am so and so with a biometric, the system will say yes or no, nothing more. There is nothing more. What we have done is that all our data at the field level is encrypted at capture, at flight, and at storage, at every stage. Even the device which captures, let's say, a biometric like a fingerprint scanner or a camera which takes your photograph of the face, the device itself will have a hardware encryption. So the data, even if it is copied from the device, nobody can decipher it. So that is one. Second, we also do is that in addition to that, all our database, all the fields put together are hashed. There is a hash number. So even if a single field is tampered with, it cannot work because the hash numbers will change. So we have protected in that fashion. That is one, saying that even if somebody has an access to database, he will only get gibberish because he would not know how to decrypt it, because decrypting is done only for some specific purpose, for authentication, not for querying. Second thing, what we have also done is that in order to prevent, see, you can ask a question saying, is it possible in your system, because you are using face, to submit a face and say, who is he or she? You cannot do that. If in order to do that, is it impossible? No, technically it is not impossible. But you have to do so much of effort, write script, write program, test it to do that, in the sense that I just want to know, a lot of time we confuse between a face recognition system and a face authentication system. The face recognition is a system which is what we normally call as one-to-n match. So you send one photograph and there are n photographs there and it matches which photograph matches here. That is what police use for criminal identification. We don't do. We do 1:1 match. You submit a photograph and say, this person claims to be XYZ, but is he XYZ? The system says yes or no. Second level of security, what we have got is, we have got a cyber security key management system. So in the worst case scenario, where let's say the system administrator fears that there is possibility of complete misuse, he can just lock up by a simple command so that the entire database is permanently in encrypted level. So if anybody even has access, cannot do anything with that database. Third level, what we do is the data sharing is only on consent from the data owner, only for the time the data owner permits, that is a citizen, and for the purpose for which he permits, and only the fields which he permits to be shared. And it 15 minutes or whatever, then the permission lapses. He has to permit all over again. So we are building in so much of security, but if you ask me the question saying that, can a rogue government deny services? Yes, you can shut down the whole system. Let's just assume that for an argument's sake, if some government comes here and despite the best effort of our friend Sharad here, they want to shut down UPI, it doesn't take much of a time. So the only way in which cyber threat, cyber security, misuse of cyber facilities can be done only by alert, educated, and involved citizens. And that's the only way by which, the way, as somebody said, freedom has a large price to extract. What is the price for freedom? Alertness by the citizen. You have to be always alert, protest, and things like that, so that it becomes impossible for one person, a dictator, to come and shut down services. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Raj. Sharad, if I can get you to speak now. So while the large number of coverage on Indian IT has been about IT services and BPO, etc., the last 2 decades, the center stage has been occupied by the R&D efforts by both Indian companies as well as the global MNCs. This has really helped us in thinking and building solutions like JAM and UPI as the digital public goods. So what is the possibilities for the next decade for all of us?
You know, one of the big changes that is happening is that we are evolving this notion of techno-legal regulation. You know, because democracy is a new way of thinking about it. And what is this? And I'll describe a quote from E.O. Wilson. He unfortunately passed away in December. Some of you may have heard that quote. He says, we have a Paleolithic brain, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. And this godlike technology that has emerged can hack the individual, social media, can run circles around medieval regulators that we have, and therefore is very difficult to regulate. So we got to find a new way to let the democracies bring the technology under control. Because this is not like nuclear technology where you could rely on the engineers to build as flexible a technology as they wanted, and society, what is society? Individuals and institutions to damp down the bad use cases and amplify the good ones. That's not going to work in the future anymore. So we have a new obligation, and the new obligation is that public policy and public technology have to work hand in hand in a way that has never happened before. And for that to take place in a way that has never happened before, there are many different ways of regulation that we have to think about. This is not an audience about regulation, so I won't talk about Regulation 3.0, but this is an audience about technology, so I'll talk to you about technology. The technology is that as technologists, we have to become values-based technologists, which means we are no longer permitted to create technology that is most permissive, most flexible. We also have an obligation to build technology that is regressive, that doesn't allow bad things to happen. That is the example that you heard Professor talk about a few minutes back. Now, how does a technologist know where to be permissive and where to be regressive? They have to take a cue from principles, values. So now you need to be able to bring those normative principles to life that regulators, public technologies, and market players can all coalesce around. So you know there is a big effort in India around the health stack. But that health stack effort starts by laying down those 10 normative principles so that our health regulators, our health players, which are doctors and hospitals, and public technologists like iSpirit, can all align behind it and work together to bring it to life. Now, this is a very, very different way of thinking about the future. And this is the future I think the democracies have to come together and think about new way of techno-legal regulation. And that will allow us to regain control that I think you referred to and Professor referred to and Henri referred to a little while back.
Henri, if you could come in and talk about how should democracies of the world collaborate, and what do you see as possibilities of France and India collaborating for furthering the idea of digital public goods?
So I did speak during 10 minutes about this. So again, we should encourage, maybe sustain, maybe finance the commons and avoid the enclosure. That's quite simple. If you want freedom, we need common resources and we need to be able. So that's quite simple. Execution, as usual, is more difficult because as governments, we can intervene a bit brutally. We can come with our money and with our rules. So this is a second advice. First, be very humble when something does exist. We had to start from the fact that Linux does exist, Wikipedia does exist, OpenStreetMap does exist. And here, let's just ask them if they need something. If they don't need, that's okay. If they need money, let's find money. If they need more, let's listen to them. sometimes we need to launch something as you did, because for payment, and there you need to learn. That's difficult to work with the principles of open source, open government, to agree contestation, to answer, to explain. And so we as government, we have to progress, of course. But the strategy from my perspective is quite simple. And what we could do with India, first we can explain this, then we can share our knowledge, and sometimes, and I think, and Anne-Marie will agree, we should build first interoperability between the Indian stack and the European stack. Some parts are really not difficult. We could imagine a mutual recognition of our respective IDs without merging the system, just mutual recognition. I think that what we are opening now regarding, logistic and transport, because we didn't start, so that's quite more easy to build something together. So, but we will. So I come back next year and I will tell you what we did.
And maybe you could just answer this last short question, 1 minute question before I open the floor for the questions by audience. Any global breakthrough DPG implementation that we have not spoken about so far, but you are excited about, you would like to tell us?
I will say the Indian stack, okay? And I cannot stay for the questions because I'm supposed to inaugurate something in the French consulate for 15 minutes. Okay. So thank you very much. See you next year, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Henri. A round of applause for Henri. You need to head back for other engagements. Thank you. Professor Raj, what other DPG is exciting you?
See, I think in our DPG journey so far, one modality which we have forgotten is voice. India is traditionally very oral society. We maintained our culture through oral practices, not written down. History of writing is very recent in the human history. So why is it that any of our digital public good, be it UPI, be it Aadhaar, be it health stack, we forgot about voice completely. So recently I looked at some of the very exciting things that come in with voice with some of the Indian developers, where we could use voice in a very secure way, in an authenticated way for most of the function. This essentially releases two things, like people don't need even a tablet. People could use feature phones. 2/3 of Africa still uses feature phones. So the thing is that we are going to field test voice shortly, but I have a feeling that if Siri and Alexa and Google Assist can use voice, why can't UPI use voice? That's my question. And how do I do it in a very secure way without scamming people? And I think that's going to be the next decades, where you might do away with typing, do away with entering, and you might carry out everything using voice. That I am quite excited about.
Actually,
that is because some of the very young people in this, they are challenging some of the standards that have come in voice and creating something. So if some of you are interested, go and take a look at emerging site called Turant.ai. Try to see what they are trying to do. There are 3-4 Indian groups working with voice. So another is Vernacular.ai. We are interested.
Wonderful. That's very to our ears, right? Sharad, what are you tracking?
Yeah, so I'll build on what Professor is saying. See, India has 16 official languages which are printed on your currency note, but actually the live languages in India, there are hundreds of them, right? And so the question is to doing what Professor is talking about, we got to reinvent machine learning so that it can be done in a privacy preserving manner, because I don't want that model to really listen in to what I'm saying, but I need to be able to train that model for that to be able to understand. Now, so this is an issue that we've been wrestling with in a big way. And actually, yesterday we spent 3 hours with Henri, giving him a preview of what is going to be launched early next year. And this is, it reinvents this whole process. So instead of aggregate data going to the modeler, the model comes to the data, but it comes in a way that it can be certified so that it can only take model parameters out. It cannot take any private information out. And this is going to become the phase 2 of DEPA, and therefore it will be part of India Stack. We are super excited about it. I see Nikhil of Finarcon here. There are some Wave Zero startups and companies in India who are already testing it out. One of them is Finarcon, I see. Please raise your hand. And so it is a technology that works. We hope to give it to the world early next year. And I think the reason for doing it is to solve these uniquely Indian problems that we need to do at scale that has not been possible to do in a privacy-preserving fashion. So thank you so much.
I think a very interesting, this is where you talk about the present and the future. There's a wonderful data set of the past, the inscription stones of Bengaluru, where we have 1,000 years of documented history written over scripts that have changed over a period of time. And if you could learn from them, and I think our systems will only be beautiful. Anne, what are you excited about?
If you would allow me to talk about satellites for a moment. In my previous job, I worked with a number of amazing space geeks, and the Australian government, I'm sorry to say it wasn't the Danish, but the Australian government did this thing, the Data Cube. So they basically took public available satellite images from Landsat, so NASA's satellites that for every week have been going around the world and taking a picture, an image of 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer of every single place on Earth. And then they 20 years of that data and stack them in what they call the data cube. And so basically for 1 by 1 kilometer of this right area where we're sitting, they took an image from every week, put them on top of each other in a data stack, cleared them off, took away the clouds, and made a real-time model that could show how the physical environment and then has been changing over time. And then on top of that, they tasked a corp of beautiful, amazing technologists who were developing the algorithms that could then say, in real time, they could see deforestation. And now with the satellites that are plentiful in our atmosphere going over us every single minute, these data cubes down by 1 meter can now update every minute. Most of them are updating by the hour. And with the algorithms on top, now the algorithms can detect deforestation. It can see the quality of crops simply by the color they have based on this. They can see freshwater resources. So in countries, not small countries like Denmark, because we can send someone out and then within an hour, we know basically how the entire country looks like. But in very, very large countries, you can use this to real-time monitor your crops, your forests, your freshwater resources. And the ability here, what I'm excited about, this is a way that we're using satellite data, algorithms, AI to fundamentally deliver for farmers across the African continent, for those working on mitigating deforestation, for ensuring the precious freshwater resources that we continue to have. And this was a pioneering government who said, we developed this, but we want to give it out to the rest of the world. Some of the ways that we're thinking about digitization in Denmark and our digital public goods, I think it's very much also now transpired, but how can we make this not only for a small few, but how can we make it available? We have more than 75 years of health data records that's been now stored digitally in Denmark. This is the biggest repository of human data, health data, that we have now invited researchers from across the world to come in, obviously making sure that we have very, very high standards of securing that private data remains private, so how to anonymize it. Thinking through the repositories of data that we're sitting on, how to make them available for fundamentally pioneering, whether it's on agriculture, on forestry, on environment, or on health. These are some of the things that make me excited and optimistic.
And I can assure you there are a bunch of geeks out here in Bangalore who will be working on that data set if you put it out and querying, well, which part of Bangalore will get flooded when there is a rain next time, right?
I'll make a plug for BTS here. I've been on the Vision Group, so I am vested party. There is a beautiful space session that is going to take place. So to build on what you are saying, there are Indian startups, Bangalore-based startups, that are able to now install apps in the satellite, because then the downstream data that you need to bring is much less. And India is at the cutting edge of this revolution of actually putting intelligence on the satellite in an open fashion. So there is a space session that is going to be happening. I would encourage you to attend that.
Thank you so much. Those were the questions from my side. I would love to open it up for a couple of questions. Giri here, and then we'll come to you.
Hi. Hi, my name is Giri, and thanks, Anne, for talking about Australia. I actually live in Australia. My question is regarding governments mandating digital records to be maintained by private companies. So as you know, recently Australia had two massive breaches. One was Optus, where we lost 11 million records, including passports, date of birth, driver license. And then Medibank, which has literally given away all the medical records of more than half the population of Australia. The knee-jerk reaction of the Australian government has been to increase the fine on private companies to $50 million. And the response of private companies are, look, we are only maintaining this record because you're forcing us to, and you're unable to provide us a infrastructure where this data can be protected, because unlike physical infrastructure, physical borders, which you are able to protect with armies, our digital infrastructure is really porous. Anybody from anywhere can get in. So there's a battle going on between the private companies who are being mandated to store digital records on government mandates, while they're not getting the adequate support from the government to say, this is how you protect my citizens' data. I just wanted to understand the panel's viewpoint on where do you see this going forward? Because the businesses being penalized are almost going out of business. And they're offering valuable services that they will not be able to offer to citizens going forward. Thank you.
I guess the question is also about who will share the blame, right? I mean, often vendors end up getting the stick. Well, they don't have all the means to.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for Australia. Minister Watts is here, Joanne Weaver. She's a very active person in this space. Australia has a 3-year record of CDR. I think it's a very good policy. And but you know, this underlines something that I think we are all collectively learning. That if you really want to regulate good behavior on part of market institutions, you have to think of public tech and public policy. Public policy alone, which is what you are talking about, is not sufficient to regulate good behavior of market players. And so public tech that is needed in the Indian system, which is called DEPA, it's working at scale in account aggregator, 1.1 billion bank accounts and so on and so forth, requires public tech. It's called the confidential clean room to be followed. Now, what happens is if the public tech is not well designed, then, and the breach takes place because of public tech being compromised, the private party is not at fault, right? It's not their liability at all. And that gives them a lot of confidence because it allows them to move forward without having, you know, outsized and sometimes unfair kind of liabilities being placed on them. And if you place very high liabilities, then innovation suffers. We've seen that happen with GDPR in Europe, right? And so there is a new approach that is needed. And we don't have time to go into this, and that is the techno-legal regulation. And I'm quite confident because there is a very healthy dialogue taking place between the learnings of India and learnings of Australia. I'm hopeful that we will learn from each other because we've been watching what is happening with CDR and learning from that. And I am quite confident that Australia, because I know of the interactions that they are trying to learn from us, and in the next 6-8 months, a year, you should see some cross-pollination happening here.
Wonderful. Sir, I'll take that question and then I'll come back to you, please. Mike.
Sir, how would you leverage non-technology companies for AI as such? And at the same time, how can we be able to harness the true power of startup culture from Australia as well?
You got the question? Yeah.
I think if I understand you correctly, you are talking about countries which are in the journey of technology at the lower end. When you say non-technology countries or
non-technology companies.
Non-technology companies and the startups you are talking in terms of. I don't think there is any company in the world now you can call it as a non-technology company. All of them use some form of information technology or the other. Even the smallest shop which sells more than 20 lakh worth of goods in a year is a GST enrolled, has to file returns, has to do all that. So in some smartering of the knowledge of digital technology is widely prevalent everywhere. But what can startups do? That is much more interesting than the other part of the question. I think imagination is a sky. There is no limit to imagination. For example, a very simple thing, somebody was asking what can drones do for a farmer who is dependent on rain, who has got less than 2 acres of land. Because 80% of India's farmers have less than 2 acres of land, and 65% of India's land is not irrigated. Only 35% is irrigated. In Karnataka, only 15% is irrigated. 85% depends on rain and borewell. So what can drones do here? That's where the startups come. Because the startups can pick up some technology like drones technology or drones and certain amount of information processing, and will be able to deliver a service which is known as precision agriculture. The precision agriculture takes into account that farmer's actual location, the soil conditions, and advises him what he can do, even in that 2-acre rainfall. But for this, we need very imaginative startups. If we really look at even the journey like UPI or Beacon Protocol, which is now powering the ONDC, they are all startups only. They all started as startups. Okay. First installation of Beacon Protocol was in the Kochi auto people, auto rickshaw. So startups has a very long role, but major role is imagination. Can you imagine and be creative, saying what can be done? So I used to remember 40 years ago, when is the washing machines came in, I don't know, you people won't remember, there was this company called Videocon which had a twin drum washing machine, one drum for washing, another drum for spinning. And it had large amount of sale in Punjab. And somebody was investing, why is it rural Punjab invests and buys 7,000-8,000 rupee worth of washing machine? They found that it was a very ideal way of churning curd into butter. Because it had that kind of oscillation, the motion, etc. And people found, this is what I would call as, we will call it as Jugaad. We can give any kind of name. Is there a Jugaad in digital technology? Can startups do that? That's the role of startups.
And again, the tech comes much later, right? I mean, you need to observe a problem, think about solving it, and tech will only make it easier, right? So I think this processes will continue to be in the non-tech, imaginative, problem-solving space. Technology will follow, and you need not do that technology as well, right? You can serve.
My question is related to the other aspect of data sharing restrictions. So I was involved in FASTag deployment across the country, right from 2015 onwards. So we're very closely working with NHAI and national NPCI. So when we were implementing, we had envisaged that the data will be shared with insurance companies, with managing pollution control, and even with GST when it was implemented. But now due to the PI not clarity, the whole data has been stopped, and this vision of implementing new technologies over the FASTag has come to a standstill. So what do you have to say about this?
Before you come in, Sharad, I think the answer lied in what Professor Raj was telling earlier, of saying that you can still get intelligence out of the system without compromising the PI, right? You need to query the same knowledge in probably a different way, rather than to kind of try and expose, telling, where all did Sharad go the last 24 hours? Which all toll booths he crossed by?
Actually, there's add on to what Sridhar is saying. I have been interacting both with the IHMCL, the NHAI subsidiary, as well as NPCI. Neither of them want to take a decision till there's some decision taken in the parliament.
No, so I want to mention why that is the case. Because, and I think this is a good development, what the Supreme Court, you may remember, the Supreme Court did a 9-0 judgment, right, which is unlikely to be overturned, which said that privacy is a fundamental right? And I think we are the first country in the world where it has been declared as a fundamental right. And it put very severe restrictions on what companies and states can do without the consent of the individual. So whether you like it or not, you have to, as he points out, follow a consent framework. Now, in the financial data space, that consent framework is called the account aggregator, is already working. Now, what has happened is that it is started with banking. It's gone over to now SEBI has made an announcement, insurance. It will slowly find its way to all areas. But I think this is a healthy development because I think that judgment was very progressive. It's a very good judgment. It requires us now to build the infrastructure, data infrastructure that will allow it to bring it to life. It may delay it by a few years, as you are noticing, but I think it will give it a solid foundation, which will be good for our society as we go forward. So meanwhile, if you want to accelerate it, you should press your partners to follow the DEPA framework or the account aggregator framework. That would be the way to move forward.
Actually, this is delaying the GPS tolling also because of the privacy issue.
While we should take this question offline, there are very interesting offshoots out of it. But I think how Anne framed about the health data that was available in Denmark, that's where to start off, saying that, here is millions of records that's available about health data. What is the public good that can come out of it, right? So you ask the same question on the data that's captured today in your system and say, what is the public utility that I can get out of it, rather than to get into the old frame of asking the question of saying that can I directly plug it into an insurance framework or something else, right? So that way you will be able to take away the PI problem out of it, right? And I guess that's the time we have. I'm sure the speakers are going to be around in case you have any further questions. And I would just like to add a personal anecdote. I remember the first IT.com. I was a engineering student, especially exploring the limits of computer science. And in the 25th year, I'm happy to share and moderate such a wonderful panel on digital public goods. I think that's talks about what has happened in our own lifetimes in this wonderful city of Bengaluru. And I look forward to the 50th happening soon. And I'm sure we'll do many more things between now and the 50th. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my gratitude to this wonderful panelists for sharing their thoughts through this interesting session. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this wonderful panelists. I once again like to thank our distinguished panelists, Mr. Henry Verdier, Mr. Sridhar Pabishetty, Dr. S. Rajagopalan, Mr. Sharat Sharma, and Ms. Anne Mary Larson. Thank you. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of today's sessions. And we have an interesting lineup of sessions tomorrow as well. Hoping to see you all tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing all of you. Thank you and have a great evening.
You darling.